Your appointment to FEMA should be finalized within the week. I've already discussed the matter with the senator.
I take it he was agreeable?
He didn't really have a choice.
Has he been infected?
Oh yes, most certainly. When I mentioned that we could put him on the priority list for the ambrosia vaccine, he was so willing it was almost pathetic.
This plague, the rioting is intensifying to the point where we may not be able to contain it.
Why contain it? Let it spill over into the schools and churches. Let the bodies pile up in the streets. In the end, they'll beg us to save them.
I've received reports of armed attacks on shipments. There's not enough vaccine to go around, and the underclasses are starting to get desperate.
Of course they're desperate. They can smell their death, and the sound they'll make rattling their cage will serve as a warning to the rest.
I hope you're not underestimating the problem. The others may not go as quietly as you think. Intelligence indicates they're behind the problems in Paris.
A bunch of pretentious old men playing at running the world. But the world left them behind long ago. We are the future.
We have other problems.
UNATCO?
Formed by executive order after the terrorist strike on the statue. I have someone in place, though. I'm more concerned about Savage. He's relocated to Vandenberg.
Our biochem corpus is far in advance of theirs, as is our electronic sentience. And their ethical inflexibility has allowed us to make progress in areas they refuse to consider.
The augmentation project?
Among other things, but I must admit that I have been somewhat disappointed in the performance of the primary unit.
The secondary unit should be online soon. It's currently undergoing preparation and will be operational within 6 months. My people will continue to report on its progress. If necessary, the primary will be terminated.
We've had to endure much, you and I, but soon, ordering a new age. Aquinas spoke of the mythical city on the hill. Soon, that city will be a reality, and we will crown its kings. Better than kings. Gods.
Heads up, JC. Your brother Paul is on his way to meet you at the dock. The NSF is raiding the island and shots have been fired. I repeat, find Paul. I will monitor your situation from HQ.
My orders are to stay here. I'd let the bots do the fighting if I were you. I'm glad this thing has bulletproof glass. My orders are to stay here.
Welcome aboard, Agent. They come this way, I got them, sir. Well, I certainly see the family resemblance. Those rebels are no match for our bots. Well, I certainly see the family resemblance.
Paul, I thought you were in Hong Kong. Welcome to the Coalition, JC. I might as well start using your code name. Think I'd miss my brother's first day? Didn't think you'd have a choice. What's going on? The NSF. They hit one of our shipments. A few of them got away, but we trapped the rest in the statue. What are we waiting for? Looks like a textbook assault. The NSF took one of our agents hostage. The bots are holding the perimeter, but my orders are to hold back and send you in alone. I think someone high up wants to see how you handle the situation. All I've got with me is a pistol and an electric prod. I don't mind a test, but UNATCO better issue some hardware. Remember that we're police. Stick with the prod. It'll stun your opponents or knock them unconscious. A non-lethal takedown is always the most silent way to eliminate resistance. Just in case, though, Manderley wants you to pick an additional weapon. A sniper rifle, a GEP gun, or a mini crossbow. Never know when I might come up against some heavy armor. Give me the GEP gun. The GEP gun might be useful. They have a security bot on patrol near the statue entrance. Great. What's the first move? I'm going to give you a map of the island. If you can get to the North Dock, a UNATCO informant will give you a key to the statue doors. He responds to the code phrase, iron and copper. You could avoid a lot of fighting, though, if you found a back way to the statue. I'll see how it looks on shore. Your primary objective is the makeshift command center the terrorists have installed at the top of the statue. But don't forget about Agent Herman. We think he's being held on the ground floor. What are my orders when I reach the command center? Interrogate the leader. We don't yet know why the terrorists would risk an open assault. You just gonna stay here? There's been some activity at sea. I'm going to watch the coast. Why'd they bring you back to New York? I don't know what they had planned. I messed up an assassination attempt on one of the Triad leaders in Hong Kong. UNATCO pulled you out? It's a long story. You better head to the statue. Which Triad was UNATCO targeting? We'll talk about that later. How was your graduation? I want to hear what happened. I wish I could have come. At the time, I could have cared less that Mom and Dad came to mine, but it was a good thing. The UN threw a dinner in honor of me, the first nano-augmented agent. I didn't know that. Guess I must be old news. Dad made a toast. I don't know if you remember his old brown suit. It was hard for him in front of the diplomats, but he savored every moment. Strange how proud he could be when so much was due to our augmentations. Yes, he was proud. I believe that much. It was nice to have done something for him and Mom. I wish someone could have been there for you. I'm used to being on my own. One can be too self-sufficient, I'm coming to believe. What's your take on the situation, Corporal?
The bots have them bottled up, sir. We'd go right in if it weren't for the whole back order.
How'd they get one of our agents?
Gunter went rogue on us. When the order came, he wouldn't pull back. Now you get to bail him out. They come this way, I got him, sir. Welcome aboard, Agent. They come this way, I got him, sir.
Best thing is to let the bots handle the ground assault.
Covert approach. Remember the Academy stealth course. Stay out of their field of view, walk slowly to stay quiet, and crouch behind cover. Or if you have to get your hands dirty, remember that a headshot is a lethal takedown. Careful, the NSF has set up patchwork security systems here.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Everything was clear an hour ago. Then, boom! My orders are to hang back. If I catch sight of the NSF commander at the top of the statue, I'm gonna take a shot. Screw Manderley. The thugs must be desperate to attack us here. I don't like just standing around, but orders are orders. Whatever was in that barge, the NSF sure wanted it bad. Careful, Agent. Rebels are crawling all over the place.
Freight base is under lockdown till the danger's gone, Agent Dent.
Right. How you guys holding up?
UNATCO command made us pull back. I guess for Gunther's sake. What's the deal?
I can't speak for command, but I'm gonna clean the place out.
I hear you. Manderley's right. You nano-augs are born and bred killers.
I do my best.
Better load up. There are some crates of ammo stashed in the antenna shaft behind the helipad. Might also want to check out the comban next to it. Code's 0451.
Thanks. I won't let you down.
My tactic, when there's no cover like this, is to pick them off from 50 or 100 paces with a scope. What do you think? I scored an extra one from a couple of thugs we dropped down by the dock. You can have it for 700 credits. I also picked up some 10mm ammo and some...
Shouldn't you turn that stuff over to the quartermaster?
Sure, I will. As long as command has the rest of us on parade drill, someone might as well put this hardware to...
I'll check.
You are not a recognized user for this device.
NSF put a commercial-grade security bot in this area. You can either avoid its patrol route or, if you're feeling lucky, try and take it out with the EMP grenades or explosives. I wouldn't recommend taking it on with small arms. hour ago. The barge docked and the NSF moved right on in, offloading the cargo into speedboats. Our undercover man, Harley Philbin, should be somewhere out on the docks now.
About time you showed up.
Iron and copper. The statue is copper on an iron frame, right?
Password's enough, pal. Don't think you know something about the lady I don't. My dad did tours out here.
I heard that you can get me inside.
Depends. You get your man out, take back the statue, whatever. But I know the commander and I don't want to see him get hurt. Here's a picture so you don't make a mistake.
I can't promise. In the line of duty, I may have to use force.
Buddy, I don't know. The commander's not much of a soldier. He'll surrender right away.
I don't see anyone waving a white flag.
He's my main contact at the NSF. I need him alive and out on bail, or I don't have much of a business.
We have an emergency here. A terrorist offensive on UN-protected territory. Do you work for UNATCO or not?
There's more than one way into the statue. You want to kill rebels, you're on your own. You should sneak in from the back. Less chance of a shootout that way.
You holding out for more money? What's the deal?
Sorry, I'm not playing along this time. That doesn't mean I'm in love with the NSF. I told him, you bring guns into the lady, you're just as bad as UNATCO.
Don't forget, it was the NSF that C4'd the statue in the first place. UNATCO's here to put the pieces back together.
Ask me, I think the government did it. They want people to think the NSF are terrorists. None of these guys is like my best pal, but who wants to see a bunch of dead bodies, right? I'll come through next time. Don't worry. If you're that determined, I'm sure you can get in another way. If you're that determined, I'm sure you can get in another way.
You with Philbin?
I get a cut for bringing him over.
Tell me what you know about the NSF operation.
I'm not that high level. The more elite troops, they're the ones that took over the ship and unloaded it into speedboats. I think we're supposed to be a diversion.
A ship?
That's all I know. The commander gave me a 10mm clip, a box of 30-06 ammo, and some crossbow darts and said, keep your head down. Like I'm gonna take on your NATCO troops. Want 'em? You can have the clip for 175, the 30-06 for 300, and the darts for 50. But if I was you, I'd avoid a head-on attack altogether and not even use the key Philbin got.
No, thank.
Sure you can't buy some ammo?
No, thanks.
If you're that determined, I'm sure you can get in another way.
You want to whack some thugs?
I'll take the scope for 700.
Just attach this baby to your pistol and you're in business.
That's the difference right there. Just take a look at him.
Bad?
They cut off his arm, replaced half his face.
Herman, right? He's a good soldier. Killed 3 of our men.
They'd have replaced his whole body if it would have improved performance. If that's how you judge a man, by performance, then eventually it's not about people, but upgrades, versions, functionality.
All I know is we could use a few mechs for ops like this.
Soon as we buy into the cult of the machine, we're just like them.
Rhetoric. Always more rhetoric. Found us.
Power box must have been damaged in the raid. Don't cross through the arcs. I'm also picking up an EMP field here. If you're not careful, it'll suck away your bioelectrical energy. shame, isn't it? The French terrorist group Silhouette claims that France was wrong to give the US the statue. We think they planned the bombing.
Take him out! Fascist. Take him out. Fascist. He's down. I think he's dead.
Is being held behind this laser-triggered alarm. If you don't want to set off the alarm, you can either hack the control panel in the doorway or find a way around. My blueprint of the statue shows a few air shafts. This security setup is strictly amateur stuff. Keep an eye out for ways to bypass it. These old pre-millennial buildings are riddled with ventilation shafts and maintenance tunnels.
I know I heard something. I saw somebody. Take him out.
Gunther's in that room, one of our top agents.
Glad you're not hurt, Agent.
Command should not have left us to be surrounded.
Risk is part of the job. I think you lucked out this time.
Agent Navarra and I were ready to go in, but for no reason they said pull back. I do not retreat. Please give me a weapon and move out of the way.
Wish I could help, but I'm not very well armed myself.
Then we will find the weapons. I will secure this level. You proceed up the stairs to the command center at the top.
Gunther has re-established contact. He says you helped him escape. Good work. Some news, JC. The NSF targeted a shipment of the plague vaccine Ambrosia. We can't locate it. See if the leader will surrender when you reach the command post. We'd like to interrogate him. I want you to take this one alive and conscious. Find out what you can about the shipment, then turn him over to one of the troopers.
Don't shoot. I surrender.
So you think you know better than FEMA what to do with this month's Ambrosia shipment?
You're too late. It's on its way back to the people, and you can't do a damn thing about it.
Tell me about the shipment, and I'll order the troops to pick you up as a prisoner instead of a corpse.
Ask away. We already won this round.
Where are you taking it?
We're just giving ordinary people the same chance to survive as the bureaucrats in Washington.
You'll have to unload in New York because the choppers would spot you at sea.
I think the government made the plague on purpose to get rid of the population growth.
Well done. I will pass on your orders to the troopers. Report back to base on the west side of the island. Mission complete.
Just answer the question.
Don't believe me? It's all in the numbers. For 100 years, there's been a conspiracy of plutocrats against ordinary people.
Do you have a single fact to back that up?
Number one, in 1945, corporations paid 50% of federal taxes. Now they pay about 5%. Number 2, in 1900, 90% of Americans were self-employed. Now it's about 2%.
So?
It's called consolidation. Strengthen governments and corporations, weaken individuals. With taxes, this can be done imperceptibly over time.
I guarantee you that the interrogation staff at UNATCO will not be as forbearing as I am.
Yeah, the secret police. You're just bullies for a completely illegitimate government in Washington.
We will locate that shipment one way or another.
The entire executive branch is handpicked. 19 of the last 23 U.S. presidents have been members of the Trilateral Commission. The Trilateral Commission is financed by the Rockefellers and the Rothschilds.
That's a think tank. Anyone can become a member.
But not everyone does. That's why they call it the secret government. You can't fight ideas with bullets. Did you ever ask what it's for? The surveillance, the police, the shoot-on-sight laws. Is that freedom? UNATCO teaches teenagers to fight when it still seems like a game. And look at you. You're a killing machine. Who's the scary one, huh? Me or you? The more of us you kill, the more that secessionism lives in the hearts of the people. Ever wonder why big car companies pay 2% tax while the guys on the assembly line pay 40%? Corporations are so big you don't even know who you're working for. That's terror. Terror built into the system. UNATCO teaches teenagers to fight when it still seems like...
The chief finally let us loose. We were right behind you and cut through them like a hot knife through butter. I'll take it from here. Good work, Agent. We're gonna lock this guy away for a long time. I'll take it from here.
They sent us in to pick up the pieces. We've already searched the bodies and delivered the enemy munitions to the quartermaster. Don't worry about the bodies. We'll handle the cleanup. Someone should have put a slug in the commander's head. I guess you were just following orders up there. Benson touched off a gas trap. Nasty. Next time, leave a few for us. Finally, someone nano-augmented who also knows how to fight. We already have units in Manhattan. This isn't over yet. I'd sure like to find out what this was all about. We've got the situation under control. Heck of a first day, sir. All quadrants are secure.
Nice work, Agent.
Finally, someone nano-augmented who also... Heck of a first day, sir.
Plenty more cleaning house to do when we chase these sons of bitches into the city.
Way to go, sir. Gunther should have followed orders. I can't wait to get to New York and finish the job. Situation normal, sir. Way to go, sir.
We've got the island secured. How did things look in the statue? The leader surrendered. So they were after Ambrosia. A month's supply for the East Coast. We think they've taken it back to the city. I didn't know UNATCO handled the Ambrosia distribution. Manderley will brief us shortly. UNATCO makes sure the limited supply of vaccine gets to government agencies and key industries. It's good to finally see some action. Yeah, well, pace yourself. You killed a lot of people tonight. I'll handle things out here. You better get to Manderley's office on level. Get inside. I'll meet you in Manderley's office. Get inside. I'll meet you in Manderley's office.
Way to go, sir. I thought Gunther was a goner. It's my first day, too. I'm pretty excited. I was in your class at the academy. You probably don't remember. Manderley's office is on level 2. He's expecting you. I've got to watch the doors. I was in your class at the academy. You probably don't remember. I've got to watch the doors. Manderley's office is on level 2. He's expecting you. I've got to watch the doors. I was in your class at the academy. You probably don't remember.
Check in with Manderley on level 2.
Come on in. The retinal scanner can read blood vessel patterns right through your sunglasses.
Remember that Mr. Manderley wants to see you. Level 2. His secretary, Janice Reed, has your login and password.
We finally got to cap some rebels, eh, Denton? Bet the NSF won't try that trick again. Good work up there. Bet the NSF won't try that trick again.
You found your office. Did Janice give you your login? I guess not. Let's see. JCD, password, Bionic Man. Partner for the next assignment, Anna Navarra, is in the adjoining break room to the east. Maybe you should introduce yourself.
Hell of a first day. Didn't know the NSF had so many people in New York. We'll finish the job when we get to Manhattan.
Are you sure you pressed the right button?
I do not make mistakes of that kind.
Your hand might have slipped.
No, I wanted orange. It gave me lemon lime.
The machine would not make a mistake.
It's the maintenance man. He knows I like orange.
So you think the staff has some kind of plot?
Yes, they do that on purpose.
My new partner, J.C. Denton. Don't tell me you're going to wear those sunglasses during a night operation.
My vision is augmented.
At least it is a way that we know when it's not foul.
Forgive my interruption. I just wanted to say that I look forward to working with you, Agent Navarra. Now, if you'll excuse me, I've got to be briefed by Mr. Manderley.
I do not expect you to perform as well as Agent Herman, but the mission will require us to do more than frighten the NSF with our baggy coats that make us look bigger than we really are.
I am prepared to perform my duties.
He will not be the equivalent of his brother. I have seen that he knows the procedure of a good op.
Let us hope you are right.
I won't let you down, Agent.
I have to prepare for the mission.
Forget how Agent Navarra is not friendly. She has every life to give for her partner.
I am not going to hold your hand. You have your orders.
You should get moving.
I have to prepare for the mission.
I will not forget a favor.
Get your checkup on level 3, and let's get going. Get your checkup on level...
I will not forget a favor. Always have trust for me. I will not forget a favor.
Before the briefing, you've got to go to level 3 for your equipment and a medical examination. See Jaime Reyes in the med center and Sam Carter in the armory.
That was a close one up there. I don't like getting shot at, not one bit. Thank God my shift is almost over. I didn't know we'd be fighting a war.
How unprofessional. Expecting a show? Don't think I won't report this. Don't think I won't report this. I am not going to hold your hand. You have your orders. I am not going to hold your hand. You have your orders. Get your checkup on level 3, and let's get going.
Way to go, sir. Gunther should have followed orders. I can't wait to get to New York and finish the job.
Get your checkup on level 3, and let's get going. Get your checkup on level 3, and let's get going.
At ease, Agent Denton.
General Carter, I read about the Merced operation in school.
I'm not a general anymore. Just call me Carter.
I can't believe what the NSF did to your family.
Enough of that, soldier. We each have our troubles. I lost my children, but you've had to grow up without your parents.
My parents died in a car accident. That's different.
I said that's enough. You have your own op and time is short. How about I issue you a stealth pistol?
That sounds fine. Thank you, sir.
What else do you think you'll need?
A smart lockpick is always handy.
That's right. Infiltrate and evade. Engage only on your own terms. Now move out.
Hey, what about that guy out front selling munitions? Is that allowed?
Oh, Captain, right. We've got some screwballs around here, but he's not the problem. It's whoever's been breaking into the armory.
Someone at UNATCO's
Yes, sir. And a damn good.
Stop clowning around, Agent.
JC. Mind if I call you JC?
You're getting warm. You're red hot. Looks like you found me. Like leading a mouse to cheese.
This thing is starting to give me a headache.
Don't worry, we shut it down when you go off duty.
I guess I'll get used to it.
I'm Alex Jacobson, communications engineer.
I suppose you already know who I am.
Getting there. You're certainly quicker on the uptake than your brother Paul ever was.
Thanks.
Don't worry, I'll be watching your back. It'll be interesting to see how the transmission sounds in Manhattan. I bet I could jack you into an online jukebox. We'll have to try that. I bet I could jack you into an online jukebox. We'll have to try that. Okay, enough goofing around.
Hey, JC.
You look like the real thing. They actually let you operate on people?
Just fixed Gunther's knee, in fact. A sticky actuator. So far, I feel more like a mechanic than a doctor.
I'm impressed.
They actually let you point a gun at people.
We'll have to catch up later. I've got to leave for New York right away. Could you send Manderley whatever it is he wants?
No problem. Listen, JC, about your augmentations. You know they're preparing to roll out the technology worldwide, right?
As long as I don't turn green and grow a pair of antennas, as I understand.
Yeah, well, the design's pretty modular, which means you'll soon have access to upgrades from standard augmentation canisters.
I think I picked one of those up at the top of the statue.
Maybe you did. My order from VersaLife was on the ship the NSF captured. You'll need to take it to one of the medbus for installation.
I'll do that.
The canisters contain a colloid of ROM modules. Some are generic upgrades, others require you to make permanent choices about how to configure one of your...
It's about time they implemented some of this stuff.
Report to Manderley. He told me to send you back to him on the double.
One more thing before I go, since you've been briefed on my augmentations. What can you tell me about the info link?
Let's see. Micro-receiver exostructure in the sulci, mechanocarbon threads on the axons. For queuing, you know, packet routing. Anything particularly interest you?
Is there a way to turn it off?
The info link?
Yeah, or is someone at UNATCO tuned in 24 hours?
This might sound a little funny, JC, but I'm not permitted to answer that question.
Your clearance is higher than mine?
Regarding your systems, I am your physician.
No big deal. I was just curious.
I wouldn't keep Manderley waiting if I were you. His office is on level 2. You better head out. I think there's a medkit in the storage closet. I wouldn't keep Manderley waiting if I were you. His office is on level 2. Years of training and you're still all thumbs.
Glad to have you aboard.
Good work out there, Mr. Denton. Mr. Manderley said you handled yourself nicely. Welcome to UNATCO HQ.
Is Mr. Manderley available?
Yes, go right in. By the way, your computer account is ready. Log in JCD, password Bionic Man.
Alex already told me. Thanks.
They're waiting for you, Agent. Go on in. You better not keep them waiting. You better not keep them waiting. He's waiting, JC. You better not keep them waiting. You better not keep them waiting.
That will be JC's job.
What's that? Power station. The NSF have Ambrosia in a warehouse protected by cameras and booby traps. We want to power down the whole system.
We're taking one illicit generating plant, protected by weak groups of NSF. Knock out that plant, and Paul's team can walk right into the warehouse.
Just tell me where it is. The NSF are openly resisting our deployed forces, gradually falling back. You'll have to deal with them first.
And you be ready, Paul. When the power drops, go in and go in hard.
I'll use my discretion.
Go in like the U.S. Marshals. We lose the vaccine, I'm sending your butt to the mayor to explain why he and his 3 daughters won't get their pills this month.
Yes, sir. Let's not waste any time, JC. Get down to the dock. A boat is waiting to take you and your partner, Anna Navarro, to shore.
Yes, get moving. Here's your op bonus for the great job you did in the statue, plus 250 for rescuing Agent Herman.
Thank you, sir.
By the way, Denton, stay out of the ladies' restroom. That kind of activity embarrasses the agency more than it does you.
We'll meet up in the city.
That's enough, Agent.
Awaiting
Grow up,
authorization.
JC. You'll come to admire your partner. She's one of our best. Leave from where you arrived, Denton. The boat dock. Move it. Move out, soldier. Move out, soldier. Move out, soldier. Move out, soldier. Move out, soldier.
Oh boy, the moment of truth. They're really excited to have you, JC. Good luck. Oh boy, the moment of truth.
wish I was going with you. Way to go, sir. I thought Gunther was a goner.
Way to go, sir.
Any more cleaning house to do when we chase these sons of bitches into the city?
Here's 60 for the tranquilizer.
Time to clean.
Good luck, Agent.
Let's head out.
All right, let's go. The terrorists are in a fighting retreat. A few have barricaded themselves inside Castle Clinton.
Lead the way.
Our orders are to locate a barrel of ambrosia they are hiding inside. I will give you a schematic of the barrel, but...
Exterminate?
A precious opportunity we cannot...
What about the rest of the shipment?
That is your brother's assignment. You will take the subway to meet him in Hill's Kitchen. But first, we should deal with Castle Clinton.
Are we going in the front, or is there another way?
A secondary entrance would be useful, but I am aware of no such thing.
Starving. Do you have anything to eat?
All I have is a candy bar.
Don't matter. I just need something in my stomach so I can fall asleep.
Here you go. Do you have a place to stay?
I sleep out on the dock where they unload the speedboats.
Speedboats? Is that how the NSF get their supplies?
I don't know. They're always coming in and out of the tunnel behind the soda machine.
Interesting.
I spy on them from the crates. The code is 9183.
Clever boy.
Thanks for the snack, mister.
It's the least...
That was good. The cleaner nanites make my teeth slippery. I wish everybody was as nice as you. I wish everybody was as nice as you.
Look at that. Don't have nobody at the side.
Looks like these tunnels head toward Castle Clinton. I can't find them on the map, though.
That's... All clear. I can swear I heard...
kiosk of Castle Clinton. The bulk of the NSF troops must have gone through here to get underground.
You a cop?
UNATCO agent. How does a little boy get mixed up with the NSF?
I just wanted to find some food, but they didn't have any. And then they started shooting at the police. Got some?
Want this candy bar?
You're cool.
Glad I could help.
Hey, I bet I can help you.
Yeah?
The soldiers have secret tunnels. They take boxes into the tunnel under the fort, but they never bring them back out.
What kind of boxes?
Steel. Big ones.
Thanks. Maybe I'll check that out.
Thanks, mister. I thought I was going to starve to death. The terrorists didn't even care. They thought I was lying. Thanks, mister.
Good work.
You are not afraid to kill. I am pleased. The last thing I would expect from the brother of Paul.
You mechs might have copper wiring to reroute your fear of pain, but I've got nerves of steel.
You are not a mech. You do not know what it is like.
What's it like to stand around revving your actuators while the more advanced units complete the mission? No thanks.
It was my error to believe that UNATCO's super weapon would appreciate the chance to prove himself.
Just give me the next objective.
How dare I delay your search for glory? The NSF in the subway station have taken hostages. Free them, but you know our standing orders. We do not make deals. Use this EMP grenade to disable the electronic detonators of the booby traps.
I can take out a booby trap.
We'll take it from here.
Your brother Paul has gotten our troops into another mess.
Save a few terrorists for us next time.
Paul has his units scattered and pinned down by heavy resistance in Hell's...
You better check out that hostage situation in the sub...
The NSF regrouped in Hell's Kitchen, perhaps because it is close to where they had taken the...
I'd like to know where the rest of the shipment went.
Too bad you do not have cochlear implants like I do. You could listen for sonic transducers and not get...
We'll take it from here.
You have your orders.
We'll take it from here.
You have your orders.
You better check out that hostage situation in the subway. We'll take it from here.
It's horrible. Oh, Lord have mercy, why? Those were good boys. Every last one of them. That's what I mean when I say the goal is extermination. They don't need people. They just want to have machines do it all and get rid of everybody they don't need. Mother of God! That's what I mean when I say the goal is extermination. They don't need people. They just want to have machines.
Don't let me get in your way, officer. I'm right here if you need me. You guys are doing great. I'm right here if you need me.
Somebody kill me. Anybody?
I'm sorry, I can't kill you.
Please.
Go to a public clinic. They can do something for the pain.
It's true. It's your whole body. Every cell.
You have the Gray Death?
I can't make it. I just can't make I bet it's germ warfare. The government's got a cure. They just won't give it to people. I can't feel my fingers. The government's got a cure. They just...
Got 5 credits for someone who's got the great.
Here you go.
God bless you. Spare another 5 credits for someone who's got the Grey Death.
Here you go.
God bless you. I think I'm getting worse. Why can't anybody help me?
Our country 'tis the sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died. My native country, the land of the noble free, thy name I love. Land where my fathers died, land of the pure.
Guess the cops got what they wanted. No thanks to the NYPD, bunch of do-nothings. I think the United Nations should just step in and take over security for the whole country. It'd be much less corrupt that way. No thanks to the NYPD, bunch of do-nothing.
Our country 'tis.
they've got hostages in the subway station. We lost some of our men. The NSF seems to be falling back. Agent Navarro ordered us to secure this part of the park. See if you can get to the hostages. They booby-trapped the subway platform. Said they would kill the hostages and themselves too. There are a couple of ways into the place. Thanks for the help. See if you can get to the hostages. Thanks for the help.
Take the train to Hell's Kitchen and report to your brother.
saved my life! They were gonna blow the whole place up. Us, them, everything.
You alright?
I guess so.
Why were the NSF holding the station?
They were pulling out. Most of them got on the train and went up north.
Were they transporting any heavy supplies? Barrels?
Not that I saw, but I heard them talking about a warehouse. How they needed every precious second to move.
Precious indeed. They just gave up a half a dozen lives for a couple of minutes.
I'll be okay, thanks.
They're maniacs. Complete.
I think that's all of them.
Funny. I thought the NSF was fighting for a good cause.
I'm not going anywhere until the shooting stops.
They're right that the government shouldn't intimidate people, but neither should they. I guess they got what they deserved.
I think that's all of them.
Thanks again. I think I'll be okay. I guess they got what they deserved.
I think that's all of them.
They're shooting. Why do they keep shooting? Sometimes I hear things in my head. It's not normal. Majestic. 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 Sometimes I hear...
Yeah?
How's it look on the street?
How's what look?
The fighting. Is it heavy?
The cops told me to take cover in the bar or come down here. They've got the NSF surrounded in the Ton Hotel.
Hostages?
I don't know. Is that it?
Yeah, thanks.
That's all I know.
This city's lit up, man. Yeah. They're setting fires on Wall Street. I heard it on the radio. This dies down, I'm gonna take myself a nice spread on Park Avenue. I've been waiting for this. I've been waiting for this.
Majestic.
I'm just gonna wait it out. Maybe that guy on the steps knows what's going on. I'm just gonna wait it out.
What's the situation here? You're taking over. I've got to get my team ready to raid the warehouse. What about the EMP? Still in place. Your primary objective will be to locate and disable its power source, probably an industrial-sized generator in a large building. I'll question some of the locals. I ordered the civilians to take cover a block south of here in the Free Clinic and at the Underworld Tavern, down on the corner. Maybe I'll start with the tavern. Why'd you have to clear the street? There's still a heavy NSF presence in the streets, and we're taking some fire. We could use your help if you get the chance. Maybe I'll do. If you need any extra equipment, here's the key to my place at the Ton Hotel. Check the secret closet. Remember? The keypad's behind the painting. Just like the movies. Second floor, right? Yeah, and take a charger for the riot prod. We don't need another Anna Navarra shootings. Whatever you say. And JC, we'll be waiting for you to take down that EMP field. Use minimal force this time. You took a lot of lives on Liberty Island. I've got to assemble my team. You better get moving. I'm counting on you to find that generator. Use minimal force this time. You took a lot of lives.
We're getting reports of a hostage situation in a Ton Hotel, which is at the southeast corner of the block. When you stayed with Paul, did you meet Mr. Renton and his daughter Sandra? We think at least one of them is still inside.
Yes. Password?
Open up. I'm a federal agent.
Do something, man. They're gonna kill him.
Nothing. I checked his pockets. You don't live underground and not have one of Charlie's cards. Make him take off his shoes.
I just sleep down there. They don't give you money unless you're on the council.
Take off your shoes. Charlie has no reason to be stingy if he has a currency encoder.
They just hacked a few accounts. They have some extra cash, that's it.
I'm not asking again.
It's just a bunch of us. We go down there to get out of the cold.
All right, we'll do it the hard way.
Did you see that?
Yes,
It was uncalled for. You mug people, great. You need the dough. But you show some respect.
What were they after?
Especially when it's your ally. They came to us. They wanted an underground base.
So those guys were NSF?
Yeah, the NSF gives guns to anybody who wants to fight. A lot of people just take the guns and do what they want.
So the terrorists are based in the subways? The sewers?
They need to move some kind of secret equipment. Our tunnels are like the crossroads.
Tell me how to find this base, and I bet I can get the NSF off your back.
Underworld. Just remember that word when you see Curly. He lets people in. Me, personally, I don't rob. I think it's wrong. I think Curly went underground, but remember that password. You might need it someday. Appreciate the help. The NSF are all right. It's just some of the people that hang around them, you know? Appreciate the help.
Next manhole I see, I'm going underground, and I'm not coming up. Credits? They're gonna burn the city down for a few credits? Some people think the fighting's all a big game. Some people think the fighting's all a...
Back off, man. What on, dude? I ain't bother no one. I ain't bother no one.
Talk to one of the guys in green. Unatko's running the show today. We've been asked to direct pedestrians to the Underworld Bar. You'll be safe there. About time these thugs came out in the open. This is a job for military units, not city police. Stay clear of the fighting. We've been asked to direct pedestrians to the Underworld Bar. You'll be safe there. Stay clear of the fighting.
Ambrosia from a drug dealer?
We're talking about your wife, the Grey Death.
I don't know. If I gave it to her, and it was cut...
Jojo's good for it. People know him. He'd be hanging from a streetlight if he was selling bad vaccine. Hey, Shay, Cape Cod. Here's a little vodka this time. Coming? Excuse us, we're having a conversation.
Yes?
Just curious. I thought I heard you say Ambrosia.
My wife has the plague.
He already lost his daughter.
Sorry to hear that.
So do I trust some street punk called Jojo to get me pharmaceuticals? Trust him with my wife's life?
I thought Ambrosia was an urban legend.
Jojo probably just wants to sound like a player. I shouldn't get my hopes up.
I don't know what to say. You just have to do what you think is right. Can I ask a question?
Go right ahead.
I'm looking around for a power generator, possibly hidden, large enough to power a building.
You in real estate?
I just need to find it.
Oh, of course. You know, I tied in power at a place a few blocks south. A warehouse. Strangest thing. They wanted to conceal these gas-driven generators on the second floor.
How do I get over there?
No way through the blockades now. We went over some rooftops to get there. There was a lift. The code was 3316.
Thanks for the tip.
I think he should do it. His wife is very sick. Hi, my name is Meg. His wife is very sick.
I also worked on their hydraulic system. If you ask me, I don't think one of those guys has seen a generator before.
Hi, my name is Meg.
You're a good man, Agent. Hey, what is this stuff? Heavy water? Beer's my favorite financial instrument. It's true, you can taste an economy going sour. Hey, what is this stuff? Heavy water?
What can I get you?
You work here, you must know the area. Heard of an old warehouse with an illegal power generator?
Not exactly, but if you're looking for a warehouse, you should probably start in the warehouse
Where's that?
A few blocks south. Not a bad walk, but the riot police have blocked the roads because of the...
I'd like to check it out.
Well, you may be out of luck. Even though one of the old warehouses faces onto the park, I don't know how you'd get inside.
Sounds like a good place to start.
Something to drink? Everything in the bar, snacks too, just 10 credits.
That's some heavy augmentation.
Yeah. Ask your Natco, what's it to you?
I'm in the business.
Well, I was in an early program, okay? I can still polish a glass. Good luck with your business. The tap's out. Only bottles.
Never mind. Never.
What'll it be?
Never. Mind if I ask you a few questions?
Hey, you look like the vigilante type. What if I said I knew where you could load up on military hardware?
Where's that?
That's valuable information. You'll have to come up with some kind of payment. How about liquor?
You can have this bottle of liquor.
That one's warm. Get me something from the bartender.
The tap's out. Only bottles.
Beer, please.
What do you have for me?
You can have this beer.
That'll do. His name's Smuggler. Real paranoid nut. Wires himself in with booby traps, but he knows things. There's stuff in the sewers that only Smuggler knows about.
Thanks. Maybe I'll pay him a visit.
Now I'll tell you something you can't hear from anybody but me.
What's that?
Area 51. You heard of it, right?
Actually, I'd rather hear whether you know anything about a warehouse with an illicit generator.
I worked out there. Most people think they got aliens from another planet, but I didn't see any flying saucers. You want to hear about it? I'll tell you. What do you have for me?
I don't have any.
The bar's to my...
Shoot. There you go.
You can have this beer.
I appreciate it. Yep, I know for a fact it's not just for government research. I've seen all kinds of executives coming and going.
I'm sure plenty of bureaucrats fly out there.
Billionaires, big executives. I think the whole place has been taken over.
Not likely.
Something's going on underground. I'm a pilot, which means I didn't get any access to the main complex. But a lot of rock comes out of there. It's some kind of mine. But what I don't understand is why they're always laying more fiber optic cable.
A pilot? What do you fly?
Copters. You know what I think? I think that's where the UN moved Echelon 4 back when they promised they were going to stop spying on people.
Surveillance is a very distributed technology. To centralize it in one large facility would be very unusual.
I bet they did it. They want to centralize everything. Every computer on the planet.
Know anything that's worth the price of a beer?
This old bird's had enough. Hell, I'm about to go on duty.
What kind of chopper pilot starts work at midnight?
You're with UNATCO, right?
Why do you ask?
I'm the one that flies your brother Paul to Hong Kong. He told me to watch out for you.
I didn't know UNATCO hired pilots.
The black choppers are run by the NSA to support various classified operations. Pentagon uses them, the CIA. They hired me because I don't ask any question.
What was Paul's assignment in Hong Kong?
Like I said, I know how to keep a secret. Even between brothers.
So he's holding something back. The reason UNATCO transferred him back to the States.
Listen to your brother, JC. Respect his experience. Let's leave it at that. Your brother's one of the bravest men I know. I sure hope Paul knows what he's doing. Check out the girl in the leather top. One thing the Air Force never understood. I'm dependable. No matter what, I'm dependable. Your brother's one of the bravest men I know.
What'll it be?
Never.
I also worked on their hydro...
I think you should do it.
Joe Green, Midnight Sun. Glad to know you. What can you tell me about what...
Sorry, regulations prevent me from talking to the press.
Regulations, huh? So you are part of the crack.
Like I said, I have nothing to say.
Too stylish for the National Guard? Too athletic for NYPD? You must be from UNATCO.
I really can't be bothered right now. How about I ask you a few questions?
Splendid. I certainly would like to know what an international anti-terrorist organization expects to find in a...
Heard anything about a secret NSF power generator?
Aha. Playing the detective, are we? I take it you've been assigned to eliminate certain weapons systems. Defenses, maybe? Am I getting warm?
Just answer the question.
Let me be more pointed. How does it feel to be ordered to murder civilians just because they support the fastest-growing political movement in this nation's history?
In a democracy, armed rebellion is criminal, not political.
Rebellion, as the Declaration of Independence tells us, is not only our right, but our duty when we have suffered a long train of abuses and... This is gonna make a great story. Keep me updated. Don't worry, I'll say sources within UNATCO if I quote you. This is gonna make a great story.
Hey, you with the troops? I need help.
What's the problem?
Actually, it's my friend. Johnny took her into the alley west of here, across the street.
Slow down. Who's Johnny?
I got a bad feeling about this. He was mad. He gets crazy when he's mad.
Don't worry. I'll check it out.
If Johnny touches her, I swear to God I'll kill him. I hope she's okay. He took me out there once, and that's when I got cut. Still going on, isn't it? They're shooting people right outside the bar. I hope she's okay. I don't know what to do. I gotta get home. This man came around. He sent everyone in here, but he never said what to do next. I wonder if it's safe yet. It's still going on, isn't it? They're shooting.
What I'm telling you, girl.
You said I didn't have to. Make Janie do it.
I already took the money. And when it's JoJo and it's something he wants, you gotta do it. You and me both, baby. We helpless.
We were just gonna hang out today.
I told you how it don't play with me, this amateur unprofessional bullshit.
Johnny.
If it's business, it's business. If it's us two hanging out, then we hang out. Right now, it's business.
I want out, Johnny. I didn't know it would get like this.
Put it this way. You in it. You want out, it's like a game. You get beat out. What you want?
You've got 10 seconds to beat it before I add you to the list of NSF casualties.
Easy, bro. Just having us a conversation.
5 seconds.
Girl's got a head full of marbles. I have to yell. But she don't hear me.
3.
She skitzes on me. It's my ass, man.
1.
All right. Go on. Jesus.
Sucks to get backed into a corner.
I was trying to find the back way into smugglers.
Right, the weapons dealer.
Hey, you shouldn't have threatened Johnny. Soon as Jojo finds out.
I've been hearing about this punk Jojo. I'll straighten him out if you can tell me where to find.
You can't touch Jojo. He doesn't go out, and there's only 2 ways to the warehouse.
Warehouse?
You think he can sneak into Osgood's at the park, but in the first place, it's locked.
The park? Where UNATCO has the NSF pinned down?
And if you go underground, he's got laser tripwires, drone guns, military-type stuff, plus there are guards on the roof.
Tell you what, I'll handle Jojo. You stay out of the way until the NSF have pulled back.
I can take care of myself.
You know Smuggler? What can you tell me about him?
Tough guy like you, figured you'd be a big customer. His place is over by the subway. You have to give the password Bloodshot or he won't let you in.
That's exactly what I wanted to know.
Thanks already, now leave me alone. Thanks already, now leave me alone.
Yes. Password?
Bloodshot.
Our files show that the smuggler is whacked out paranoid. Watch for booby traps. And the latest news, your brother's team hit some resistance, so they're gonna be delayed while we bring in chopper support.
What do you want?
Why the booby traps? Afraid of something?
Just precautions.
Against what?
Government's been having some kind of crackdown all year. People I know, they've been disappearing.
Is that so?
Think it's a big joke? Lift up a grate in the street. They got my friend Ford Schick in a secret lab next to the sewers.
A lab? In the sewers? Maybe he was taken hostage by the...
These guys are pros. Definitely government funded.
Interesting. Maybe I'll take a look. But I think you should have a little more regard for the United States government.
If you're serious about going down there and finding Ford, I'll give you a deal on some hardware. Also, you'll need this. It's the key that can open the sewer manhole.
Tell me about the hardware.
I have a scope that will fit most handguns and rifles for 2,200 credits.
Too expensive.
Denton. Hey, it's Denton.
You want these?
What? Give him the grenades.
Look, I know he's your brother, but...
Your brother gave us these things. Look at this. Irritation to all exposed mucous membranes.
Just tell Paul to give us bullets next time.
Here's one. Prolonged exposure can damage the bronchial pathways. Prolonged exposure? It's like giving them cigarettes or something.
Look, do you want these things?
Sure. Hand them over.
Here you go, with my compliments.
Sorry, he's a little worked up. Should talk to your brother about this. Effective crowd control? What's that supposed to mean? Paul used to be fine. I don't know what happened. gonna be some really sniffly terrorists. Sorry, he's a little worked up. You don't see the NSF using tear gas. Effective crowd control? What's that supposed to be? Sorry, he's a little worked. You don't see the NSF using tear gas. We'll take it from here.
Stay out of the time, bro. Bad shit going down. NSF got the whole building. Best thing, hide your piece and lay low. That's what I'm doing. Cops stop you, bro. Don't talk back. And I can just shoot your ass. Best thing, hide your piece and lay low. That's what I'm doing.
I think we've got an intruder.
Thanks for taking care of those guys. You from the police?
UNATCO.
Yeah? Well, you might be interested. I heard them talking. They said something about how they had just put in a generator in a warehouse a few streets south of here.
Did you catch the name of the street?
No, but they were talking about their security setup.
Anything interesting?
It sounded like there was underground access. They're using the word righteous as some kind of password.
That's very helpful. Thanks.
Thought I was a goner. You just about saved my life. I'm gonna wait here till things settle down. You just about saved my life.
Thanks. Trying to catch my breath. You saved my life. You saved my life. of my life.
I'm gonna wait here till things settle down.
You all right, Mr. Renton?
Fine, I think that's all of them. You got the guys upstairs, right?
Yeah. By the way, I saw your daughter down the street. She didn't look so good.
Sandra? Was she coming back to the hotel?
I ran off a thug who was harassing her, but she's still mixed up in some pretty nasty business.
No more talking. If you see her, tell her I don't care what she's been doing. She can come home, no questions.
I'll tell her she can trust you.
I should probably go find her. I don't know. Maybe she'll come in from the fighting. Why'd she have to do this to me? Thanks for looking out for her. They think they're invincible at that age. I should probably go find her. I don't know.
There were a couple of NSF on the second floor. I took care of the situation.
What about the hostage?
Doing fine. You guys can relax.
Well, I'm glad they made it. We'll take it from here. Good work, Agent. Well, I'm glad they made it.
We'll take it from here. I don't think we should hold back in a situation like this. We'll have to get the city out here to clean up the mess. I don't think we should hold back in a situation like this. I don't think we should hold back in a situation like this.
These tunnels aren't on the New York City sewer maps. Weird. I have no information on what you might be getting into. It seems worth following up.
Whoever's out there, give yourself up. Stop right there. Aim for the head.
Check.
Who are you?
Smuggler sent me. Who's holding you here? I don't recognize the uniforms of the soldiers.
I don't know. They're private security for a biotech company or something. They had me doing antibody work.
Corporate security isn't usually outfitted to fight a ground war.
They're doing experiments on people. They don't want anybody finding out.
Wait here while I deal with security.
Tell me when the coast is clear.
Whoever's out there is in serious trouble.
out of here!
Wait here.
Tell me. Let's get out of...
Wait.
Tell me. Get out of here!
Here I go.
If you see Smuggler, tell him I'm all right.
I heard a lot of shooting outside. They told me to come in here. All these people, they're sick. They got the plague, don't they? I'm staying as far away as I can. I don't want to get sick. I think the cops forgot about us. All these people, they're sick. They got the plague, don't they? All these people, they're sick.
Riot cops are running scared.
They got the plague, don't
Reminds
they?
me of Washington. I was there when the NSF overran Squalnomi, back when they were called the Northwest Secessionist Forces.
Were you at Squalnomi?
Yeah, it was night. They came in with thermoptic camo and we never picked them up on any of the sensors. What a goddamn mess.
I didn't know.
Had a hard time sleeping after that. Didn't do real good on the psych evals either. Got drummed out in short order.
The Army probably didn't want to have any reminders hanging around.
Yeah, now look what they got. NSF in downtown Manhattan. Same guys that nearly whooped us in the Northwest. I bet the brass remembers Squalnomi now.
Tenderloin Clinic. Please proceed to the examining room. We accept all forms of digital cash. Please have your card ready. I'm not permitted to give medical advice myself. Be prepared to give a description of your problem in 3 sentences or less. You will have to consult one of the doctors. As you can see, we're very busy. Take a seat and be patient. I'm not permitted to give medical advice myself.
It's all ice cream and lollipops. That's what the nice man on TV said.
Hi, I'm in charge of law enforcement on this block.
Yeah, they told me to come in here. Is that okay?
Perfectly fine. Just making sure everyone's safe.
Hey, while you're at it, you ought to do something about the NSF.
You know what they're doing in this neighborhood?
Kicked us out of the old Osgood place. A bunch of us camping in the tunnels.
Maybe I'll look into it. You take care of it.
I'm not the only one they threw out.
When the weather changes, we'll be lost. And
Think they're some kind of freedom fighters.
why, the pricking of my finger. Something wicked.
Justice will be served.
Not me. No, I didn't have anything to do with it.
I filed a formal complaint, but the city ignored it.
It's all ice cream and lollipops. That's what the nice man on TV
I'm not the only
said.
one they threw out.
If you think you have gray death, please pick up an information packet.
You look like the do-it-yourself type. How about the automated care plan? Only 2,000 credits. Medkits are 300, but if you want augmentation work, you need the bots.
Never mind.
As you wish. We've got automated care for 2... As you...
Plague victims can have their medication mailed to their homes and see one of the doctors to purchase treatment. We encourage everyone to consider the automated care plan. Please understand that the free clinic must charge for certain services to cover basic expenses. We are doing everything we can regarding the epidemic. We encourage everyone to consider the automated care plan. Medbots are available 24 hours. We encourage everyone to consider the automated care plan.
Awaiting authorization. One of the doctors can help you. Not now. Please. Leave me alone.
Who will help the widow's son?
Excuse me?
Oh, sorry, I thought you were someone else. The NSF are playing right into our hands.
You must pay the doctor.
I don't hear much about it, but I know the signs. There's gonna be an announcement soon. We just have to give DC a little push. I like to keep people guessing.
Plague tests are free. Wait your turn.
I always beat around the bush. No way I would break the oath.
They said they'd call my name.
The NSF are playing right in...
The medbots could give me a shot in 2 seconds, but the doctors keep them locked up.
I like to keep people guessing.
Someone's getting rich off the Grey Death, that's for sure. Not now. Please, please do not disturb the other patients.
Got a few credits?
You have the plague?
Nah. Cops ran us off the streets. Usually I go into the water tunnels in the warehouse district, but somebody boarded up the window.
You live in a tunnel?
Actually, I like to stay on the roof of this big apartment building. Nice view, if it's not too cold.
Where's that window you were talking about?
It's a basement window in the park south of the... One thing about the warehouse district, you've got to know which buildings are safe. Some have armed guards. I kind of like it better in here. Doctors don't seem to mind. If the cops declare martial law, maybe we can stay. If the cops declare martial law, maybe we can stay.
You are not a recognized user for this device. I have other patients to attend to.
Vectors. The vectors are all wrong. was in the biochem department at the college. I know what I'm talking about. It's not a class disease, not just poor people. It's... I don't think it's contagious at all. I think terrorists put Grey Death in the water. I think terrorists put Grey Death in the water.
If the cops declare martial law, maybe we can stay.
One of the doctors can help you.
Watch for lambs. I'm picking up sonic transducer activity. I'm sending you a satellite image that should help you plan your approach. Look for the building with the antennas.
I saw someone. A guy in a coat. I saw somebody.
You are not a recognized user for this.
Good job, JC. The power just died at the NSF headquarters. Now it's up to Paul. Go to the roof. A chopper is arriving with Agent Herman on board. He will lock down the warehouse while you take the chopper back to HQ.
And Lee has assigned me the peacekeeping occupation of this district.
I took care of the generator. How's the raid going?
We should have sent Agent Navarre. Your brother is timid like a child.
Did something go wrong?
You do not need to hear anything from me. Take the helicopter back to base. I am sure Manderley has planned a debriefing for the top agents. I do not need assistance. The helicopter is waiting. Learn your lesson from Paul. A simple job they have been doing for the robots. You will be bored if you stay here with me. You will be bored if you stay here with me.
Last boarding call. Cannot go HQ. You don't want to fly one of these birds all wound up. They have a temperament. Respect them.
Let's go.
I'll take you back to the city after you check in with Manderley.
success. Just about the only bright side of the operation, unfortunately. Report to Manderley for a briefing.
Liberty Island is off limits. The island has been declared a crime scene and will be the subject of a thorough investigation. From now on, all travel to and from HQ will be by copter. UNATCO is going to make sure what happened tonight doesn't happen again. They're bringing in experts from Washington. Carry on, Agent. The island has been declared a crime scene and will be the subject of a thorough travel to and from HQ.
Good to have you back.
Long night, huh? Still haven't had a chance to clean my gun. Gunther says you guys really whacked some tails in the statue. Those jerks from Washington think they own the place. Long night, huh? We lost a buddy of ours in the park in Hell's Kitchen. Guess there wasn't much you could do. Gunther says you guys really whacked some tails in the statue.
Don't worry about what the guys are saying about Hell's Kitchen. If it wasn't for the warehouse, I'm sure you would have helped out with the firefight in front of the hotel. I know for a fact from when you were at the academy that you can do more than throw gas grenades and use a prod. They're full of it. I know for a fact from when you were at the academy that you can do more than throw gas grenades and use a prod. They're full of it. Manderley said he's busy, but to wait outside his office.
Those jerks from Washington think they own the place. Don't listen to what they're saying about the shootout in the park and Hell's Kitchen. You had other priorities. I better make my rounds. I'd like to know what the feds are doing down in the cell block. We lost a buddy of ours in the park in Hell's Kitchen. Guess there wasn't much you could do. I heard about brothers always one step ahead of the rest of us. You'll see. Tomorrow the Coalition will be kissing his ass. Your brother's always one step ahead of the rest of us. They told us to hang tight. Objectives remain, apparently. I think the suits are putting the squeeze on Manderley about this one. Don't listen to what they're saying about the shootout in the park and Hell's Kitchen. You had other priorities.
Carry on, Agent. Stop following me. I've already reported you once. I've already reported you once.
Agent? They told us to hang tight. Objectives remain, apparently. Good to have you back. Gunther says you guys really whacked some tails in a statue. Manderley says only senior staff members can interview the prisoners.
I don't think you're supposed to be down here, Agent.
They won't talk. We've tried everything.
I won't say anything, but I think you should go.
I won't say anything if you go back there.
Manderley will chew us out if he finds out you were here.
I won't say anything if you go back there.
I don't think you're supposed to be down here, Agent. I won't say anything, but I think you should go.
Agent Denton, marvelous. In addition to an accuracy weapon modification, I've got some 7.62mm rounds and a couple of...
Mr. Carter, I can't tell you how great it is to be a part of UNATCO. You should have seen the fighting in Castle Clinton.
Yeah?
I cleaned the place out.
Went in shooting, huh? I guess that's what this agency is known for.
I never thought I'd see this much action in one mission.
In my day, international peacekeepers were citizens first and soldiers second. You can forget about that extra ammo. I'm only going to give you the multi-tools. I think you should concentrate more on mission objectives and less on the enemy body count.
They had us picking up the bodies you left in the stand.
pretty bad down here.
Keeps getting worse, too. It must be raining bullets out there.
The NSF aren't kidding around. How you holding up?
Fine. I lost one of the privates because a refrigeration unit went down. That's always hard.
You've got a lot on your hands. Don't beat yourself up over faulty equipment.
By the way, we aren't in such shambles that we can't spare a few.
You might talk to my friend. He's a little down.
I took a few hits tonight. The doc had to operate.
We'll get well soon, soldier.
Yes, sir. I will. Dr. Reyes said they took the bullet out, but I still feel it in my stomach. It's like a piece of ice.
You certainly made an impression on the troops tonight.
I knew what I was getting into when I joined up.
He also said I lost my spleen. Dr. Reyes said they took the bullet out, but I still feel it in my stomach.
Better I take a bullet than an innocent civilian. Just doing my job, sir.
Looks like it's going to be a late night for both of us.
I knew what I was getting into when I joined up.
It's like a piece of ice.
By the way, we aren't in such shambles that we can't spare a few minutes.
Long night, huh?
I was here first.
Mr. Manderley is in a meeting, JC. You'll have to wait.
I was told to report for a debriefing.
A debriefing. Do not worry. I will state in my report that I was satisfied with your performance.
You'll have to wait a minute. Mr. Manderley is busy.
Be quiet. I am trying to listen.
You'll have to wait a minute. Mr. Manderley is
a bureaucrat from Washington. See if he asks for any of our opinions.
I need a vacation.
Wait in line. Wait in line.
Just fire the arrogant son of a bitch.
I wasn't exaggerating. He's our best agent.
We don't need him. We've got his brother, and more are on the way.
He knows nothing.
I think he does. You should never have sent him to Hong Kong.
Let's be sensible. We have to look at the whole record.
Look, I understand. He was your pet project, but it's out of my hands. Now that the shipment's been lost.
I know. I will comply with the order.
That's all I ask. Carry on. I'm going downstairs to interrogate the prisoners.
Mr. Manderley can see.
I refuse to babysit a grown man. Stop clowning around, Agent. I refuse to babysit a grown...
Agent Denton, at your service.
Denton. Yes, I hear you're turning out to be quite an asset to the Coalition.
Doing my best, sir. Forgive me, but I do not believe I know your name.
We aren't ready for an introduction yet. No, it's not time. Just keep your nose to the pavement. You'll be well rewarded. You aren't needed, Agent. Manderley will give you your orders. I must attend to a sensitive matter. I must attend to a sensitive matter.
I cannot wait forever. He will see you when he's ready. I am next. Mr. Manderley can see you now. I am losing valuable time. Mr. Manderley can see you now. I am losing valuable time.
Hello, JC. Come in. Clerical task first. Your op bonus is split between the Castle Clinton and warehouse objectives, 500 each. You get the full 1,000 plus 200 for how you handle the hostage situation in the Battery Parks.
Thank you, sir. Who is that you were meeting with?
Politics, bureaucracy, mismanagement. JC, I've got some bad news. The mission failed.
I would have taken out that JoJo punk, but he wasn't even in the warehouse.
Never mind that. He slipped out before you even got to New York.
What about the shipment?
I'm just going to say it straight, JC. Your brother screwed up. We got nothing, and he's taking the heat this time. The Coalition is letting him go.
What went wrong?
We don't know. He hasn't reported back. The rest of the strike force says he lost his nerve.
I think he was trying to avoid casualties. In Hell's Kitchen, instead of clips for the troops, he was issuing tear gas.
Whatever the case, now it's your turn. We've got one more chance to retake that shipment.
Has it been located?
Take the chopper back to the city. We know they plan to put the Ambrosia on a plane, but we don't know which airfield.
Where should I start?
If I were the NSF, I'd be moving it through the subways, the abandoned parts of the infrastructure.
I'll check out the subways.
And stay away from the press this time, especially the tabloids. Do I need to quote the manual? Secrets are lives?
Yes, sir.
I have been waiting for 20 minutes.
Sorry, Anna. What is it?
A new assignment. I think Agent Denton should handle the assassination.
Is there a problem? You lost your appetite?
His enthusiasm in Battery Park was exceptional. The courtyard of Castle Clinton was a graveyard.
It's kind of an exercise, you mean?
I think he will make a good assassin. We should give him the opportunity.
Our pilot Jock is waiting for you at the helipad.
I am anxious to see one of the experimental agents perform.
You aren't alone, Anna. If you see your brother, send him my way. He didn't...
You have your orders from Mr. Manderley. Get moving. Why are you still here? Why are you still here?
Don't forget to check in with Carter and Reyes.
Awaiting authorization.
You have your orders. Let me get back to work. I said carry on.
Awaiting authorization. Awaiting authorization.
I said carry on.
You have your orders from Mr. Manderley.
I don't think you're supposed to be down here, Agent.
I have one question.
They already asked. I don't
No.
One must admire a man who can keep a secret because he has value. What you know more than others makes money and gives you a measure of power.
You Walton Simons? You think I could be bribed?
Margaret Forsyth under NSF protection in Queens. Your son Richard attending Bronx Science. You see, I have a few relevant facts myself. Care to make a trade?
You wouldn't dare.
I'll give you 2 seconds to decide. Get out of here, Denton. This is none of your business. Time's up. Where is the
I won't say
NSF
anything,
taking
but
the
I think you should
ambrosia?
go.
The United States government has had emergency powers since World War II. We've never left a state of war.
Speak for yourself. The federal government is just responding to a threat.
A government should be about more than self-perpetuation.
You will confess, by the way. I don't like to dirty my hands with that sort of thing, but you will confess.
Manderley will chew us out if he finds out you were here.
Certain intellectual properties, aside from the quantities of vaccine, concern me deeply. Has the NSF made any attempt at reverse engineering?
Leave me alone.
I don't think you're supposed to be down here, Agent.
If you wanted to save people, you could have unloaded the whole shipment in Manhattan, or the airlift.
You said it yourself. Secrets are power.
I won't say anything, but I think you should go.
We have less civilized ways of making you talk.
Manderley will chew us out if he finds out you were here.
I am a patient man.
Ask me if I care.
But not that patient. You saw nothing, Denton. Report to the helipad.
I don't think you're supposed to be down here, Agent.
Get moving.
Hope this one turns out a little better. Your chopper's ready, Agent.
Still haven't had a chance to clean my gun.
Get on the helicopter, Mr. Denton. Simons did not appreciate your interference. Please do not keep us waiting.
Long night, huh?
We are needed inside. Please do not keep us waiting.
Let's go.
You in Battery Park. We know the NSF were moving material through here at one point. Seems like a good place to start looking.
I saw you earlier. You're the guy they sent into the subway station. You don't look augmented. From what I heard, when it's dangerous, they send in soldiers that are all mech. Like 90% metal. I don't see why they don't just use robots.
We sure appreciate the help tonight.
I think we scared him off. Except for that one barrel of ambrosia, there's been no sign of the shipment. Don't tell Navarra. We've let some of the bums back into the park. They don't have anywhere to go.
This whole place just got shot up a few minutes ago. The United Nations invaded the city because of the NSF. I think most of the rebels got away.
We made a sweep of the area. No sign of the NSF. If you want eyewitnesses, I'd say check the subway or the shantytown. You'll be the first to know if we find anything. We've got the secret passage sealed up, sir. They call it a bolt hole. It's probably been part of the fort since it was built. Looks like the terrorists were using it to smuggle supplies. Don't worry, no one's getting past us. Tomorrow morning they're going to cement it shut. Tomorrow morning they're going to cement it shut. They got us on patrol until morning. All quiet up here. You'll be the first to know if we find anything.
Hey, you a cop? The terrorists got away. They built a secret passage in the subway station.
We lost the battle today. I admit it, yes, Lord.
You with the NSF?
Had myself a division, mind you, back when we were the Northwest Secessionist Forces, years ago. They thought they had us licked, like they think they have us licked tonight. But look at...
Well, you take care of yourself.
Found me two 30-06 clips. Now all I need's a gun, and then it's me and safe. Yes!
Sounds like you served God admirably in the Northwest War. But maybe you should let a soldier from the younger generation take the clips off your hands. What do you want for him?
You mean money?
I'll check back with you later.
You didn't used to be able to get to Brooklyn.
I can think of safer places to camp. After all the fighting tonight.
Cops said I could be here. Besides, I ain't camping. I'm with the mole people.
Why the name Mole People?
They call us that because we live underground. Like they're some kind of superior beings or something because they got...
Maybe you should join your people. Anywhere underground would be safer than Battery Park.
The moles need someone topside. And besides, it's been pretty quiet. I'd rather be here than have the NSF tromping around with me.
The NSF are hiding out with the Mole People?
Yeah, they haven't hurt anybody. We guess it's all right.
I need to contact the NSF. Think you can tell me how to find the moles?
Sure. Just give me the password so I know they trust you.
Underworld.
Good. As long as they decided to give you access. Go to the phone booth in the subway station. The code's MOLE. That's 665
Thanks.
When you get to the Brooklyn Bridge station, talk to Charlie. He'll get you into the tunnels where we...
Think it's true the vaccine...
Charlie's the lieutenant mayor. He takes care of infrastructure.
What about the mole settlement? You taking new people? Plenty of room around the fire.
I like Charlie. He's always been straight with me.
Don't worry. We're allowed to be here.
Now, we live in the tunnels west of Brooklyn Bridge Station.
What if cops have been pretty cool tonight?
It's not a bad place. Lots of good people down here. Now, we have our own government, elections, a real democracy.
It's little things, once in a while, that make you feel not so much like a leper anymore.
Democracy's for small towns. That's how it developed back in Athens.
What? Plenty of room around the fire.
We're modeled on the Greeks, with no outside influences.
Don't worry.
When there's millions of people in a country, no one has any say about anything.
What about the mole settlement? You taking new people?
Big countries always turn into dictatorships. Then they fall apart under their own weight. Thought you were in a hurry to track down the NSF.
What about the mole?
Thought you were in a hurry to track down the NSF.
What about the mole settlement? You taking new people?
Oh. Go away. Just contagious. I got no use for a handout.
Sorry I didn't need your help on the island. I hope it wasn't a wasted trip. A real patriot.
I see it like this. It all balances out. UNATCO's just as much gun freaks as the militias. And if everybody's gonna shoot it out, fine, so long as neither side wins and takes over the whole country.
The goal of UNATCO is not conquest. It's the safety of ordinary people like yourself.
I know an army when I see one. Look, I'll be blunt. Got any cash? There's a secret passage behind that phone booth over there. For 500, I'll tell you where to get the code.
I already got the code to the phone booth, but thanks. We think they're loading the Ambrosia onto a plane. You heard anything about that?
Nothing I can put a price on. UNATCO already thinks it's Juan Lebedev.
Lebedev?
I don't know who else it could be. He owns a whole terminal at LaGuardia. Manderley's been trying to bump him off for years.
Since when is LaGuardia for sale?
The city had some debts a few years back. There's always a buyer. Lebedev's small time. He can't buy off the big politicians like...
Who does he buy off? Who?
You can't afford that one. Yeah, if it's Lebedev, you're gonna have a chance to be a hero. Manderley wants him dead.
Figured you'd come through here.
You wanna know something? Find me.
Figured you'd come through here.
After the quakes, the homeless drifted down here. Junkies, runaways, grifters.
I hear the NSF are using the mole people hideout as a base.
Are you the feds? We don't need a war down here.
I work for UNATCO.
Well, the NSF come through here, but they don't bother us. If we need help with anything, it's our plumbing. We lost pressure because of the...
Tough break. You tell me about the NSF, and I'll put in a word with the city about the water.
The city don't know we got water, and they don't need to know. How about you fix it, and then I'll talk.
I don't have much time.
I would open the valve myself, but there was a cave-in. The utility door's blocked. It's up at the north end of the tracks, in case you want to take a look. It could be done. A lamb would do the trick. It's just that I'm not gonna be the one to talk to the rooks. They'd probably sell us one, but they don't like people going into their turf, which is the whole upper left. I tried to clear a path to the door, but I'm not worth a nickel anymore. The gang runs the whole upper level of the station. The The leader calls himself El Rey, but he's just a punk. And the city don't care if we siphon off a bit.
I'm looking for the mole people.
You don't want to camp with them. Trust me, they're too political.
I don't need a place to camp.
I started the mole people. I was there first. And then they made up committees that throw people out just because they don't like them.
How do I find them?
Don't bother. They're elitist. And now the NSF is down there too. It stinks down there anyway. I'm a classic example of the individualist. Do better on my own. The only thing about staying up here is the rooks. One time I was drunk and fell asleep and they put me on the train tracks. Good thing the 5 is shut down.
I'm gonna kill Rock.
The doctors in that clinic, they ain't worth 5 credits. Nurse knew I was sick. She just didn't care. I've got the plague.
What you need, bro? Files are $250.
What do you know about a gang called the Rooks?
Gang? Who calls them a gang?
Just what I heard.
Bunch of pussycats. I come within 50 yards. They scatter.
Seems that other people aren't so lucky.
Always talking big, trying to be players. The junkies found a box of lambs the other day. Now El Rey puts on the show of being an arms dealer.
The junkies?
Oh, sure. Only a matter of time until someone's stash disappears and people start blowing up. Rock's the name, guy.
Know where I can find the mole people?
Good neighbors keep each other's business private.
You want to set a price?
I'm a good neighbor. You want to buy something or not?
Maybe later.
Hey man, you got any time?
I hear someone found a box of lambs down here.
Grenades? Oh yeah, but they're all gone now.
Where'd they go?
A lot of people took them, but not me. I was too late.
Who? Anyone still have one?
Yeah, with my friend Lenny, except he got sick. I don't know where he went.
Anyone else?
I think most people sold him to the NSF, but not me. That's why I'm broke. You gotta help me get some Zyme.
Don't have any Zyme.
Just a little bit. A crumb.
I said you're out of luck.
Hey man.
Don't have any Zyme.
Just a little.
I said.
Come on, bro. No cops down here.
Maybe later. have a problem?
Get out! I got a bomb!
A bomb's a bad choice for close-range combat.
Might as well use it. Rock says I owe him. He won't even give me one vial for it.
What kind of bomb?
I think they said it was called a lamb.
You looking to trade?
I gotta, man. I need a vial of Zyme.
Leave me alone! The rule is you're supposed to use the secret passage and leave us alone! Man, it stinks in here!
Oh my god!
The doctors in that clinic, they ain't worth 5 credits.
You need something to mellow you out?
I'm with you, Natko. Start talking.
I ain't going back to jail.
Let's try some word association. First word, ambrosia.
Bitch, I ain't going back to jail.
Nurse knew I was sick.
All I want's one right now. Just one vial.
Suppose I could part with a vial of Zyme if you'll give me the lamb.
You got some? Really?
Yeah, let's see the lamb.
Take it, man. Whatever. Where's the Zyme?
Make it last. I killed homeboy out by the tracks. Take a vial.
Oh, cool. Thanks, man.
Now maybe you can calm down for a second and tell me how to get to the mole people hideout.
Yeah, sure. They're in the tunnels.
And?
The keypad's under the sink, in the woman's bathroom. Everybody knows that.
The code?
Got me. The mole people keep me out because they don't like Zyme.
I heard someone found a
grenades? Oh, yeah.
Where'd they go?
A lot of people. I think most people. Hey, thanks, dude.
Example of the individualism. I do better on my own. The only thing about staying up here is the road.
The water line should be open now.
Good. Glad to see you UNETCO boys do something for the community.
Now can you tell me about the NSF?
The NSF? Yeah, they took over our tunnels.
How do I get there?
Go to the women's restroom on the other side of the station.
Look, great. I'm glad I can help you out.
Be careful if there's a gunfight. There are families living down there. The mole people aren't militant like the NSF. The NSF wants a base down there because it's close to LaGuardia. Yeah, thanks again. The NSF wants a base down there because it's close to LaGuardia.
Hold up, bro.
What is it?
You on Rook's territory now. Just so you know.
You call yourselves Rooks?
That's right. Up here, it's business. You want to do business? Talk to El Rey.
I'll keep that in mind.
Just take it easy, bro. Be cool. No one up here is looking for a fight. El Rey runs the show. We're gonna be special forces for the NSF if they give us some chits.
Back off. You have business? Talk to El Rey.
You can stick around. long as you have legitimate business.
Hey, cut it out!
All this, as far as you can see, is Rook's territory.
Homely ass, Mark, get your ass away from me!
You can stick around, long as you have legitimate business. All this, as far as you can see, is Rook's territory. You can stick around, long as you have legitimate business.
Nurse knew I was sick. She just don't care.
You want to talk to El Rey? That's cool. The Rooks, we hang mostly underground, but we about to...
No one up here's looking for a fight.
Who sent you, Jojo?
Just take it easy, bro.
You tell that punk we're laying for him.
We're gonna be special forces for the NSF.
Want to expand our operation.
No one up here's looking for a fight.
I said back off. I said back off.
All this, as far as you can see, is Rook's territory. We're gonna be special forces for the NSF if they give us some shit.
You ain't all that. Think you're bad, strutting around Rook's turf.
Hey, bro, what's with the get-up?
Charlie says you sell explosives.
Yeah? Charlie should mind his own business.
How much?
Whoa. We ain't talking firecrackers, understand? What I got, it comes from a guy at UNATCO. Hard.
How much?
I got a land.
Pretty steep for secondhand goods.
Either that or you work for it. You in the fighting? I need someone to take care of the dealer downstairs.
Already dead.
Yeah? You killed him?
Just another parasite.
Hot damn. That guy you just killed? He's been in my way for months. Now I got the whole station.
You better keep yourself in line.
You don't want to be nowhere near one of those things when it goes off.
You come in Rook's territory, you show respect.
Downstairs, I'm gonna start my own operation.
I know I heard something. Looks like you've been overrun by NSF.
They move supplies through here. There's nothing we can do about it.
Anything recently?
A bunch of barrels came through about an hour ago. Woke us all up.
Where were they headed?
They went through the bathroom like they always do. Only way to get a key is from the NSF commander. Guy lives to the south.
Some of the terrorists actually live...
It's a secret room. You open the door by pushing a brick they keep hidden behind some cardboard boxes.
I'll have a talk with them. You won't have to worry about the NSF for much longer.
The terrorist leader's command post is on this side of the tunnel to the south. If you're looking for the airfield, you're going to want to go to the north end of the chamber. They've built a secret passageway in the men's bathroom. I didn't want to fight, but I guess it turned out for the best. You'd think the revolutionaries would have more respect for the people they're trying to fight for. I'm not against the NSF, but we got...
Yeah?
It's about the NSF commander. You know how he gets in the secret room?
I give up.
He does something with the brick behind those cardboard boxes.
What boxes?
The south end, where the room is. Where else? I know lots of secrets. My dad says you can't get anywhere if you can't keep a secret. When I grow up, I'm gonna be rich, because I'm gonna know everything.
You're the spy, huh? The middle guys knew you were coming. They have a plan. They're gonna kill you. They turned on hot steam in one tunnel and put laser traps in the other. The guards at the helicopter base are supposed to shoot you when you show up. You better go back.
You're with the police? They just moved a bunch of barrels through here. You still have time to catch them. They think because they had guns we're afraid, but we're not. We've been waiting for the right chance to run these jerks out of town. They think because they had guns we're afraid, but we're not.
You're from the feds? We don't need any help. Hell, the NSF don't hurt anybody. This is our place. We can do what we want. The city condemned this part of the subway.
Take it easy, I'm on your side. They made me do work for them. I used to handle records at a shipyard, so they had me break into the inventory systems. I was able to locate shipments of ambrosia. I guess it's not so bad if they managed to help some of the sick people. If you're looking for the leader, he's in a secret room next to the storage area beside us.
I surrender.
The mole people say the ambrosia came through here an hour ago.
I'll cooperate. Relax. Key to the men's restroom is on the table.
This better not be a joke.
Hey, I'm just an accountant. I know the body armor looks threatening, but I'm part-time, like a reservist. I don't want any trouble. The key's on the corner of the table. I never wanted to see action. I know when to stand down.
Look like they come out somewhere by the airfield. Be careful, though. The terrorists probably expect intruders. You're entering a heli-based terminal below a private section of LaGuardia. Veer to the east. You should be able to take the elevator to ground level. If you hit trouble, double back across the platform. There's a sewer drain to the northwest which leads to a pond next to the airfield. We think we might know who's moving the shipment. More in a minute. Looks like you're on the right track. That's one of the 3 missing barrels of ambrosia. We'll be sending a team to recover it. See if you find the other 2.
I think we've got an intruder. I got this. Something. I got this.
This line has been shut down by order of the Lieutenant.
I think we've got to take him out.
Owned by Juan Ivanovich Lebedev. We're certain, based on what you've discovered, that he's working with terrorists. Your orders are to locate and kill him. We're sending you a map of the airfield.
I think we've got an take it.
Great. That should make sure you and I won't miss any shots. I've notified the recovery team. 1 barrel left. We think this one may actually be on Lebedev's jet. 747.
Hold fire. Your brother's at the 747.
Excellent work. I underestimated your abilities. You work for the NSF. Listen to what I've got to say. We don't have much time. You got that right. UNATCO will have a team here in a few minutes. The Great Death is a man-made virus. Everyone up to the president is at UNATCO's mercy as long as UNATCO controls the supply of ambrosia. You believe that? We have proof. We need to get the ambrosia to Hong Kong. Heard of Tracer Tong? He can help us synthesize it ourselves. You better step away from the jet. Your boss is my next objective. Join us, JC. Talk to Lebedev. He can convince you. Get on the plane. We're almost ready to go. Blackmail of the U.S. government could not possibly escape the notice of the United Nations. Don't be so quick to trust the UN. Are you kidding? The UN's about the only chance we've got these days if the US spirals into another civil war. A pretext, nothing more. The whole project of world government, going back to the League of Nations, has been funded and manipulated mainly by wealthy bankers. Is that so? Remember that the UN itself was built on land donated by John D. Rockefeller. Get on board. A UNATCO security squad will be here any minute. The wealthy have always been the ones to profit from one world government. More later. You better get moving. The United Nations' secret goal... Well, this is David Rockefeller's description from a half a century ago. The supranational sovereignty of an intellectual elite and world bankers. The UN was founded not to end war, but to gradually dissolve national governments and replace them with a globalist meritocracy. Average people never benefit from government and business on a scale they can't even understand. Go!
Hey, you're the guy the Fed sent? I have something for you.
How do you know anything about the Feds?
Oh, Lebedev, all his people right now, they're running around like ants thinking it's gonna be a raid. Rich bastard probably has some kind of drug deal about to happen. Anyway, totes this stuff from a guy's locker. I'm selling a recoil weapon mod for $400. I also have some shotgun shells I'll give you for $300.
Here's $400 for the recoil weapon mod.
Appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Maybe late.
Scanning area. Scanning area. Scanning area. Scanning area.
Go!
Scanning area.
Easy. We don't want any trouble.
Awaiting authorization.
I surrender.
What?
Easy now, Agent. UNATCO has a policy against killing unarmed prisoners. We have much to learn from each other.
We're assuming control of the airfield. The vaccine will be returned to the international authorities.
Don't you want to hear why your brother came over to our side?
He makes his own decisions.
You know he wouldn't betray UNATCO without a reason.
Now finish the job.
He surrendered. He's an unarmed prisoner. UNATCO policy protects him.
Terminate the prisoner, Agent. If you are too afraid, you are ordered to return to base on Manderley's authority. There is a helicopter waiting. That is what happens to a prisoner who tries to escape. Go to the helicopter now, Agent Denton. It is waiting at the airfield. Get to the helicopter. Manderley will want to see you. I have never had this much difficulty with a trainee in my life. I have told Manderley 1,000 times, augmentations do not make an agent. Get to the helicopter. Manderley will want to see you. I have told Manderley 1,000 times, augmentations do not make an agent. Get to the helicopter. Manderley will want to see you.
Proceed to the helipad. We know your brother.
All clear, sir.
Manderley has assigned me the peacekeeping occupation of the airport.
Standard procedure, it appears. I'm sure we can count on you.
I want to be the one to execute Lebedev.
Some bad news. Agent Navarra beat you to it.
Yes, of course. I will congratulate her.
Hey, about my brother.
A shame that we have to track down and kill one of our most advanced agents. At least we have one of you left.
Don't you think we should give Paul a chance to explain himself? He's been with UNATCO for years.
Only one thing can happen when you break your oath to the Coalition. I will be truthful. I have requested the assignment of the Paul Denton assassination. Again, they ignore me. Again, they think they have a better punishment for a traitor than a shotgun to the head. I will do it myself, even if they say to get him alive. I was the one who warned them a year ago not to trust Paul Denton. Do not make the same mistakes as your brother. The helicopter is waiting.
We've disabled the security grid. Agent Herman is on his way.
Gunter told me about Paul.
It's true. Paul's been working for the NSF.
This is gonna shake up the coalition, JC. I don't know if you realized how important your brother was.
Coalition will recover. I'm not so worried about the coalition.
UN officials will probably get involved. You'll have to keep your head down if you're gonna come through this in one piece. Sure you're ready to head back to base?
I'm ready. Let's move out.
Get in.
Manderley wants you to stop by his office. Don't sweat it if he chews you out. I think you made the right decision by not killing Lebedev.
Don't worry. Manderley calmed down when he heard that Anna took care of Lebedev. You'll be all right. He's mainly upset about Paul. You better get downstairs for a debriefing. Manderley's blowing his top. You better go see him on the double. Don't sweat the business about the 747. I heard they got Lebedev anyway. Back to the same old routine. Your brother sure had us fooled. We sure cleaned house tonight. Heard you're shipping out to Hong Kong. Good luck. Never seen HQ so crowded during graveyard.
What kind of pain?
Behind the eyes, a sharp burning, almost electrical.
How's your bioelectric level?
It's always at 100%. I like to stay prepared.
That's probably it right there. Free radicals. You should charge your systems only when they've been significantly drained.
I wasn't informed of that.
It's a lot like an electric razor. If you leave it plugged in all the time, the battery loses its 0 point. Just watch your levels.
Interesting. Thanks, Doctor.
Let me know how it goes.
I saw you listening in. Yes, it's true. I have augmentations like yours.
Don't you work down in Washington?
Actually, I'm the director of FEMA.
Sounds like you wouldn't have much use for physical augmentations.
You underestimate the demands of my work. We deal with every sort of natural and unnatural disaster you can imagine.
But you're the director. You work behind a desk.
Am I behind a desk right now? No, I'm not. That's because we have a situation here in New York. I got to my position because I can fix things. You will see shortly because, as you have probably noticed yourself, this agency is broken.
What do you mean by overhaul?
You will receive a memo in a few days. I am still collecting data.
UNATCO was very effective this evening. We recaptured the shipment.
You don't have to worry, Agent. It's the softer elements I am after.
Like who?
You're beginning to exceed your clearance. What are you? Angel away?
Excuse my persistence. I'll wait for the memo.
Good. I said no more questions.
Get everybody patched up? I took a few hits this time. Nothing I can't treat myself.
Well, let me know if I can help. As usual, take what you need from the medicine.
Thanks.
They just dropped off a few liters of the ambrosia you recovered, by the way.
Good work out there, Denton. I want you to know, we will not let your brother's activity cast its shadow on you.
Yes, sir. I'm grateful for that. I just wish we'd found out sooner.
No harm done. We have you to take his place.
Is a few liters going to be enough?
Well, no one on staff's gonna catch Grey Dead this month.
Paul said UNATCO uses the ambrosia supply to influence national governments. What do you think about that?
So it's true. He went over to the NSF.
He makes some sense. I ignored the mission objective of killing his boss, Juan Lebedev, but Agent Navarra intervened.
What did Mandalay say?
I didn't talk to him yet.
Oh, you better get to his office. He's not going to like that one bit. If there's a conspiracy, it's a VersaLife. They're the ones making money off the play. Whatever his politics, I'm still going to miss your brother. Tell him that if you see him. I don't think it will be long before VersaLife steps up production of the vaccine. Whatever his politics, I'm still going to miss your brother. Tell him that if you see him.
I can't believe it, JC. What got into Paul?
I guess he got a better offer.
What a blow. I don't know how we'll recover. It's almost like losing a son.
I don't understand it myself, but we've got to go on. Is Manderley available?
Go right in, JC. He has a lot to discuss. You better not keep him waiting. You better not keep him waiting.
I don't think it will be long before VersaLife steps up production of the vaccine.
Then what'd you do?
I chased them into the building.
Weren't you scared?
A little, but when I'm wearing this helmet, I've learned to set aside the instincts of a civilian and be completely professional.
They had assault guns.
Tactically, I had the advantage. It was important to act before the situation changed.
How you troopers do it, I can't imagine. You won't give up, will you?
Agent Dayton.
Do you mind? We're talking.
I was just telling Shannon about the operation. Quite a success, wasn't it?
Do you mind? We're talking.
We sure appreciate you staying late and helping out.
Do you mind?
Agent Dayton. My vest caught a few slugs, but I had a job to do and I did it.
Amazing.
It was just blind luck that one of the terrorists was carrying orders from Lebedev.
We never would have known about the airlift if you hadn't been so courageous.
Oh, no, don't start that. Just following orders.
And we might never have recovered the shipment. It all depended on you.
Well, I was happy to do my part. Don't sweat the business about the 747. I heard they...
Do you mind? We're talking.
have good reason to hold back the announcement. Dismissed, Agent. Leave me alone. Dismissed.
Not much happening down here, Agent. We had to execute the prisoners. They wouldn't talk. Simon shot one of them himself. Now that's somebody you don't want to piss off. All the same, this post is a little more exciting when we've got someone in custody. Take a look around if you want. Not much happening down here, Agent. Take a look around if you want.
How are you holding up?
Not so good. I don't know who to trust anymore.
No one blames you about Levin. You refused an order to kill in cold blood. Precisely your duty as a UNATCO peacekeeper.
I think Manderley will.
You'll cool down. The important thing is that you obey your conscience.
Right.
Tell me what you need. I'll load you up.
A Gep rocket.
Like the big guns. I hear they're shipping you out to Hong Kong. Hate to see you go.
A lot of surprises this time. Paul, a terrorist. Wow.
He got me to disobey orders. I don't know what to think anymore.
I wonder what it is he found out. Why he'd defect.
He thinks he has proof of a conspiracy.
Wild stuff, huh? I'd like to hear what he has to say. If you hear from him, or if you find out where he is, don't worry about the info link. I'll erase the archives.
You think he's right?
Worth hearing him out. I've never known Paul to make a mistake. Manderley was tuned in when you reached the 747. It really is all over for Paul. I know it can't be easy for you, not knowing where he is. Just hang in there. I'll let you know if I find out something. Paul never was gung-ho aggressive like some agents. I guess I know where he's coming from. I've armchair quarterbacked my share of search and destroys. Turns your stomach sometimes. If you need me, I'll be tuned in. Just holler.
Looks like the cleaner bots were busy when I was gone.
We sure cleaned house tonight. But don't sweat the business about the 747.
All right, Tintin. What the hell happened? You were under direct orders. My orders.
Sorry about not killing Lebedev. He seemed worth interrogating.
We don't give you enough information to make a call like that.
I guess that means I don't get the op bonus.
You can turn in your weapons right now if you're going to be a smartass.
I risked my life and I recovered the ambrosia. I deserve compensation.
We don't have time for trifles. Whatever, take it. But it will be the last one. Clearly monetary incentives don't work with you and Paul.
I try to do the best job.
Just shut up and listen for a second. Christ, JC, this kind of behavior, not to mention your brother's defection, is making certain power...
Yes, but...
Well, that's what seems to be missing in you and your brother. Brace yourself for an ugly lesson, JC.
Activated what?
He's our enemy now. He's gone, JC. The Coalition wants you to understand that he's just another terrorist, like the ones that have died by your very hand.
Can they really kill him? With the press of a button?
Yes, and you too. So take these orders seriously. They're sending you to Hong Kong.
What about Paul? Will I get to see him again?
Please, just get your equipment and meet our pilot Jock at the helipad. You'll need to take out a man called Tracer Tong. Paul's contact in Hong Kong. Prove that they can trust you. JC?
Yes?
It's critical that they trust you. The only way to allay their suspicions of you, JC, is to actively work against your brother's allies. Got you this opportunity. Now it's up to you. Move out, Agent. Move out, Agent.
It's a question. Hello, Agent Denton.
Hi. We were just talking about the ambrosia situation, looking at it philosophically.
Shame about Paul. We'll miss him.
What a day, huh?
Heck of an operative.
I guess Paul was too much of an idealist for this kind of work.
Heck of an operative.
So long, Agent. We'll miss you, Agent.
This area is off limits. Sorry, Agent. Only authorized person.
I'm taking you to New York.
My orders are to go to Hong Kong.
Your brother's in trouble. You need to meet him in Hell's Kitchen at the apartment.
What's wrong?
I'll let him speak for himself. He just wanted me to get you to the hotel.
Here's a tip for free. Take cover. Yanatko's about to do a raid. All they said was, clear out, we're coming in.
The Rentons, right? There's trouble at the Ton.
Yeah?
Jojo Fine, a punk from around here. Thinks he's gonna use the hotel as his next base.
Yanatko's looking for him. He worked for the NSF.
Far as I can tell, Yanatko doesn't give a damn about Jojo or the Rentons. Bigger fish to fry, I suppose.
Nothing.
Someone who can tell me about the raid.
What I want to know is how my boss found out that I talked to you.
You're the investigator, you tell me.
I think one of us told him. I wish I had an answer to that, but even if I did, it wouldn't be any of your business. How about I interview you? Tell me what you dug up on the raid.
What's the matter? Did they leave you out of the loop?
I'm the one asking the question.
Must be a high-level operation. I'd sure like to know what it is.
Alright, forget it. I'll find out on my own.
Place is almost empty. I could sure use better contacts at Yanatko. Let me know if you hear anything.
No, it's my kidneys. You're welcome to rest here a while, if you're not a—
Get lost.
Sorry. I guess you'll have to go.
I said get lost.
Sorry.
I said get lost.
Your buddies at Yanatko asked us to steer people away from the Ton.
block is about to heat up again. Clear the streets, no exceptions. We're telling everyone to leave the neighborhood. This one may get out of control. Keep moving, Agent.
Yes. Password?
Bloodshot.
Tell Paul he better lay low for the next few hours. Now what do you want?
Anything for sale?
Hey, about your brother. If he's in Hell's Kitchen, he's a sitting duck.
So you heard that he went over to the NSF?
Yanatko's got this place nailed down. One thing they can't stand, an agent gone AWOL.
Maybe I should prepare for the worst. What do you have for me?
Since you helped Ford, I'll cut you a deal. I'll give you an extended clip that'll fit most handguns and rifles for 500 credits, a range weapon mod for 800, or a napalm canister.
I'll take the range mod for 800.
Deal. This is
500.
Deal. I've heard talk of a raid on the town. To stay out of Yanatko's way.
How's life on the outside?
So far, so good. I'm already back to my own research.
What are you working on?
Myelin. Sometimes we can't sell prosthetics because people are afraid of nerve damage.
Synthetic myelin?
A genetic treatment. I've thought for a long time that if we could make people's nervous systems a little more resilient, we could put a good price on some of the junk smugglers collected over the years.
I see.
I've heard talk of a raid on the town.
Thanks again for getting me out of that lab. Smuggler said you got a lifelong discount on anything he sells.
Tell Paul he better lay low for the next few hours.
Hey, Mr. UNATCO man, you guys going after JoJo?
I'm not going after anybody.
That's pretty logical. Him being hit out in the ton.
Jojo Fine of the NSF.
The whole street's a UNATCO security zone. That's why they sent me down here. They're gonna take that punk out and no one's gonna miss him. They said go to Battery Park, but I want to be here to see JoJo hit the curb. He's always giving me trouble. Now JoJo's moved in on the Rentons. That ain't right. They said go to Battery Park, but I want to be...
No escape. I'm just minding my own business.
Is this kill switch real? What's it going to do to you?
I'm afraid that's, classified.
Well, come on. I've heard talk about a police raid. Maybe they know you're here. You've got to have God clearance to know. The nanites can be programmed for exponential growth. There's a chopper that can take us to Hong Kong. You know Jock? First, you're the only one that can help. I need to send the NSF distress code. UNATCO tracked Lebedev to the other NSF bases, and to Silhouette in France. I came to get you out of here. JC, you've got to believe me. UNATCO takes payoffs. Silhouette, the other terrorist groups, they're our allies. You've done what you can for the rebels. Let's go. You want proof? Pay a visit to the NSF headquarters. Down in the basement, protected by booby traps, a data cube sits on the edge of a table. My report to the militia leaders. Here, I have a photograph of the building. It's a couple blocks to the west, behind the bar. And I suppose while I'm there, you want me to encrypt the signal with the NSF transmitter. Bypass UNATCO SIGINT? A lot of people could die. My friend Chad, for example, the leader... I'll check out the facility, but I can't promise I'll help the terrorists. Be ready to leave for Hong Kong when I get back. You sure you're alright? No worse than a bad cold. What kills me is just that they have this kind of power. The power, yes, but the fact that it's been there from the beginning. A lot of things are starting to make sense. You remember Mom and Dad? You think they knew? Lebedev thought so.
He said they were employees of the United Nations. They would never have agreed to anything like a kill switch. Remember, I knew them longer than you did, and after what Tong showed me, I'm pretty certain we don't have a stitch of DNA in common with either of our supposed parents. They've opened up the street behind the bar. The NSF base is on the other side of the tunnel. Silhouette's not much to speak of militarily, but you might call them the brains of the resistance movement. They go after public opinion. If it wasn't for Silhouette...
He's not my boyfriend.
Then what is he?
He's Jojo. God.
I don't like him staying in my hotel.
Then evict him.
How'd you get mixed up with someone like that in the first place?
Jesus, Dad, do you expect me to do it? It's your hotel.
I just don't want any trouble.
Then get used to it. Jojo's the boss on this street. Nothing anybody can do about it.
Oh, you bad. Keep out of the way. You deaf? You deaf?
What's the trouble?
None of your business.
One of the neighborhood thugs, Jojo. He thinks he owns the block.
I can straighten him out. Just tell me where he is.
I get some rough people in here, but this guy, I don't know, he's jumpy.
He's just a punk. I'll take care of it.
Can you help me out? Could really use a gun for protection.
You can have my mini crossbow. That'll keep you safe.
Thanks. That'll help.
You aren't gonna shoot nobody.
Be careful with that.
You deaf?
You're gonna get him.
I hope I don't have to use this thing.
You're gonna get him killed.
I hope I don't have to use this.
You deaf? What you just lying around for, girl?
What?
I told you, Bar Rush is money. It's business.
In a minute.
That's my daughter you're talking to.
I already explained it, old man. Your girl, she needs me. She don't got an education, and all you got to give her is a job killing rats.
This is my hotel. I want you to leave.
Next thing is I explain it real brutal. Is that what you want?
I'll go already. Leave him alone.
That's it. I've had it. We got it.
I was hoping I'd run into that punk.
I can't believe you shot him.
I won't stand by and let somebody treat you like that.
Oh, that's just Jojo. He talks big.
I think he'll be happier without that guy around.
Now maybe you can stay home for a while.
Dad.
Or at least stick around the hotel. I just want to know that you're safe.
I don't know. Maybe.
Give it a try. I promise I won't cramp your stuff.
Maybe I'll stick around until I get on my feet.
I'd love to stay and chat, but I've got to get moving.
Now I just gotta do something about Johnny.
I'm glad that's over. Now maybe things will get back to normal.
Guess this place isn't as bad as the warehouse.
Thanks for the gun. I feel much safer. Now maybe things will get back to normal. Thanks for the gun. Feel much safer.
You can forget about Jojo. I left him on his back in the hotel.
Really? That's it?
He's not going to be a problem anymore.
Does that mean the evacuation's over?
You better stay here until the police say it's okay.
I gotta use the street to get home. They got JoJo. What more do they need to do? Man, I can't believe that guy's dead. I've been dreaming about this day.
I thought they were shipping you off to Hong Kong.
Had to pack a few things. What's going on here?
Damage control. The NSF got their hands on some pretty sensitive material.
Probably had something to do with my two-faced brother. Mind if I take a look around?
Go right ahead. I don't care what they say. Paul was a great agent. I hate to see him go. By morning, you won't even know the terrorists were here. We still haven't found what we're looking for.
From the satellite dish on the top of the warehouse. If you're unable to hack the computers up there, you'll need the instructions and account information Lebedev sent me. One of our agents who tried to send the signal but got run off left the data cube in a secret area below the garage. Look for a hatch under some boxes. A computer on the 3rd floor can unlock the hatch.
It's a living.
Just keeping busy.
Hell of a long shift.
We've got a lot of work to do. Just keeping busy.
And what's it for?
That's a dumb question.
No, really. What does UNATCO need with that kind of money?
Just look around. Think UNATCO'd be handing out assault guns if funding was left to the UN?
Well...
The uniforms. If it wasn't for Simons, we'd still be wearing those little white helmets.
Yeah?
He's what they call a philanthropist.
Axe this file?
Yeah, all of it. The whole directory.
What I want to know is what he gets in return.
Don't you know what a philanthropist is?
Yeah, like Nietzsche.
No, a philanthropist. Giving to charity.
Oh.
Well, that's why he volunteered for FEMA. To help out after hurricanes and that kind of thing.
That's a lot of money to just give away.
Some people are just good, you know? Good to the bone.
You shouldn't be in here.
We're in the middle of something.
This area is restricted by order of...
We can't work with you here.
I'm gonna have to write you up, Agent.
Leave us alone.
I'm gonna have to write you up, Agent.
You're not clear to be up here, Agent. Crime scene unit personnel only. We will report this intrusion to Walton Simons. This floor is off limits. Just keeping busy.
I'm receiving confirmation that the signal went out. You even reached Silhouette in France. Come back to the apartment and let's clear out of New York.
Hey, who's there? There's one.
Contact.
Sorry. I guess you'll have to go.
Your buddy Chad should have received the signal. Come on, UNAT goes after both of us.
Good. He'll be able to get his people to their base in the Paris catacombs. Did you find the records we collected on that weasel, Walton Simons?
I have a question about Simons. The instant I sent the signal, he ordered the troopers to hunt us down. Why does FEMA have authority over UNATCO? I thought FEMA was a domestic agency for flood relief and that sort of thing.
His authority doesn't come from FEMA. He's part of a secret organization, Majestic 12. We don't know much more than the name. They plan to use FEMA as part of a scheme to shut down the U.S. government.
Agent J.C. Denton, please put down your weapons and step into the hallway.
UNATCO. Come on, out the window. We'll meet Jock in Battery Park. I can't manage the climb. You go ahead. The code to the gate they installed at the subway station is... I can't just leave you here.
Open up!
Don't be a fool. Run.
Hold it! I'll be all right. Go. Smuggler get me to Hong Kong. He owes me a favor. You meet Jock in Battery Park. Go. You don't have much time.
I will deal with this.
There is no escape. We will surrender.
Another peacekeeping occupation?
Not any better. They expect us to take you and Paul alive.
Here comes your chance to be a hero.
Good.
guy they caught, right?
I never worked for the NSF, but my brother did. I think he was captured too.
You're definitely not the only prisoner. I heard noises down the hall. Let's get out of here. I smuggled in a knife and a med kit too. You want the med kit?
Yeah, I'll take the med kit.
What do you say? I think we can make it.
Sure, come on.
Lead the way. Now what?
Stay close.
I got you covered. You lead. I'm ready for business. I got you covered. You lead. I'm ready for business. Let's go. We're not there yet. Stay alert. I got you covered. You lead. I'm ready for business.
Transmitting the floor plan. All of your equipment has been stored in the armory to the south. Paul Denton is alive in the laboratory to the north, but has a damaged infolink. You must inform him of the escape. Tracer Tong will require his data vault in order to defeat the kill switch.
Now what?
Wait here.
You are beneath the nanotech lab.
My goodness! Mr. Denton, did you escape?
Yeah. How do you know who I am?
I'm a prisoner too, and I say your name every day. I have cells from your body in cold.
My brother? Is he nearby?
They have him in the medical area. Agent Denton, believe me, I share your fury at this kill switch function.
Do you know Paul?
Only from his tissues. The guards want me to figure out why your bodies tolerate the nanites. A damn hard question, I'm sorry.
Do me a favor. Play dumb. They know enough already.
I try. Oh, how I try.
Maybe you can slip out when I open the main doors.
I've already been shot once, thank you. But good luck. The only code I can give you is 0199.
I would.
I just came from the medical area. It's down the hall. Scientists are not allowed to leave this level.
No one here is going to call the guards.
Sounds like a target-side mismatch.
The sequence came straight out of VersaLife software.
Did you double-check the endonuclease? I've seen the tethering fail completely in vivo.
The damn program should just work.
Cytoplasm isn't exactly a eutectic environment. Certain operations just fail.
How are we supposed to reconfigure an entire immune system if we're constantly reinventing basic recombination technology?
Few endonuclease molecules are the worst of our troubles.
I'll tell you what's worse. The raptor chickens from Hong Kong. I've never seen a more perfect example of gonzo science.
I've verified the results. Absolutely no response from their immune systems.
Mark my words. Before the year is out, someone will make a nice midnight snack for one of those things.
Oh, Richard.
If we really want to solve the problem, we should make 10,000 clones of one of the Dentons, each with a different sequence knocked out.
Speaking of sequences, shouldn't you be getting back to work?
Just dreaming aloud.
I'm in the middle of something.
Keep us out of this.
I said I'm not getting involved.
I just came from the medical area.
Guy in a coat. I'm checking it out. Intruder alert.
Make a run for it. Now what?
Wait here.
This is the maintenance facility for the security bots. The armory is to the south, on the opposite side of the main chamber.
You're Denton. I thought you were dead. Leave me out of it.
Hey, stop right there. Remember the briefing.
We have enough to worry about.
Trouble with the bots?
Of course. Just look. Only one is operational, and now it's malfunctioning.
Maybe somebody hacked the security system and tinkered with its programming.
I think it was you. You don't exactly blend in, okay? I think you're the one they caught.
So, you gonna sound the alarm?
Maybe we can swing a deal, huh? You want the security login? 500 credits. I also have 7.62mm ammo for 600.
Give me the accurate.
I wish I was coming too. I'm on your side.
Here's 500.
Okay, we have a deal. The login is MJ12. The password is Invader. As maybe you've discovered, you can use the computer to
Thanks.
I'm on your side.
I'll check.
Make a run for it. Now what?
Stay close.
I got you covered. You lead. I'm ready for business. Let's go. We're not there yet.
Paul, are you alright? What are they doing to you? I'm like the Russian researcher who contracted his own virus. They want to study the way I die. I hate to interfere with science, but we don't have much time to get you to Tracer Tong. You go first. I'll slip out on my own. You sure? Just take care of yourself, and do me a favor. Check in with Alex when you reach UNATCO level 3. Some of those guys are on our side. Alright, but you better make it. I have some business to take care of in Manhattan. See you in Hong Kong.
Stay alert.
Data vault image sent to Tracer Tong. Please leave the facility. At least one of you must survive. The code to the exit door is 1125.
Let's go.
I'll slip out on my own.
I'm afraid your brother has about 18 hours to live. Wish I had better news.
You lead.
We're beneath UNATCO headquarters. The exit doors lead to Reyes' office.
Now what?
Stay close. Tong can protect us. We just have to get to Hong Kong.
I'm ready for business. Let's go.
You won't get far. They've locked the doors.
Oh my god. Yes.
He's perfectly okay. Look for yourself.
We're not there yet.
We have a lot to learn from this examination.
You shouldn't be back here.
Stay alert. You lead. I got you covered.
That's the one. Okay, drop it.
You lead. Let's go. I got you covered.
Please exit to the helipad. Potential encounters include Jaime Reyes, Alex Jacobson, and Joseph Manley.
You lead. I'm ready for business. Let's go. We're not there yet. Stay alert. JC, you
to escape? Is that what lockdown's about?
I forgot to give Manderley my resignation.
I heard they killed Paul.
MIB's raided the apartment, but he's alive. He's going to slip out on his own.
Manderley's a snake. He told me they were going to leave your brother alone. What can I do to help?
I'm going over to the Resistance. Why don't you join me? We could meet up in Hong Kong.
I was hoping you'd let me tag along.
We're both going to have to locate a man called Tracer Tom. Paul's contact there.
Tom? I can't remember that.
Tommy. Be careful.
I will. By the way, the lab finally sent the augmentation canister over.
The one on the counter. Can your bots do the installation?
Yeah, it was going to be a welcome aboard present.
Guess it will have to be a retirement gift.
We're not there yet.
We're under a lockdown. We need to find a key to the front doors. I'll catch a plane in the morning. Clean the place out. It's not my clinic anymore.
I got you covered. Covered.
We're under a lockdown. We'll need to find a key to the front doors.
You lead. I'm ready for business. Let's go. We're not there yet. Stay alert.
Hello, Daedalus. I hope my escape was entertaining to watch.
Daedalus? What are you talking about?
You haven't been contacting me under an alias?
The link went down. At first, I thought they'd executed you.
Who else has access? Somebody cut the power to detention.
I installed UNATCO security myself. It's unbeatable. You're starting to scare me.
Not as much as you're scaring me. Who's Daedalus, and why does he want to rescue me?
A better hacker than I. A trick like that, well, it crossed my mind, I have to admit. I'm pretty disgusted with the agency right now, but I would have been caught. No, but I can't just sit back and watch. Let me give you a key to the front door. Base is under lockdown until you're recaptured.
You sound sincere. Maybe you should quit UNATCO.
And do what?
You can track me down in Hong Kong. I'm going to contact Tracer Tong and help the Resistance.
I might do that. Sure, I'll think about it. And I'm gonna check into this mystery hacker.
We're not there yet. I got you covered. I got you covered. Now what?
Wait here.
What was that?
discovered some things about you, Natko.
I'm a lucky guy. I don't want to know where you're going. Just load up.
Walton Simon's the head of FEMA.
I said load up. I don't want to hear it.
I'm going over to the rebels. You should join me.
Let's get one thing straight. We've got our share of crooked bureaucrats, fact. But this is still your Natco. And by and large, the people in this building are
What good's an honest soldier if he can be ordered to behave like a terrorist?
The only way to save the agency is for the good people to stay. That's how I see it. Load up. You've still got to break out of HQ.
This line has been shut down by order of UNATCO.
Some say concentrated power leads to abuse, but I believe that if an institution has a solid foundation, it can survive the narrow aspirations of the people it employs.
We'll get this place back on track. We'll get this place back on track. We'll get this place back on track. We'll get this place back on track.
get this place back, don't you?
I'll keep my eyes peeled. Now what?
Stay.
What the heck? You
lead. I'm ready for business.
JC. Manderley, it's JC. How could you betray the Coalition?
Let's go.
You'll be much happier at the Library of Congress.
I can't control a man's mind.
You aren't a commander, Manderley. We hoped you'd give UNATCO an urbane diplomatic face, that's all. We screwed up our priorities.
I refuse to be pushed into some obscure bureaucratic cubbyhole.
Actually, I doubt you'll get the chance. Look around. Your star pupil has come back to teach a lesson to his old...
JC.
I never had time to take the oath of service to the Coalition. How about this one? I swear not to rest until UNATCO is free of you and the other crooked bureaucrats who perverted its mission.
Big words for a rookie. The only problem is that security is well...
You can't run, Denton. Even if you escape, your kill switch is counting down. You'll be dead in 23 hours. Another $50 billion down the drain.
We'll see about that.
You're not there yet.
You betray the Coalition.
Ready for business. Let's go. We're not there yet. Stay alert. We're not there yet.
Oh, JC.
Carry on with your banking. I'm just taking one last look at the old place. Amazing if you think about it. All the hours I spent dreaming about working here.
My banking. Oh, yes. Never mind, Meek.
Something wrong? Really, as long as you stay out of the way, I don't have any reason to hurt you.
Okay, I admit it. I'm the one who's been stealing from HQ. It was me all along. Kaplan, the false floor in Alex's office.
I'm the last person who's gonna bust you for stealing. What'd you take? Anything I could use?
I don't know. You sure you can keep it hush-hush? I found a few scrambler grenades I was gonna give Kaplan. Good against bots, you know, but you could take them.
I'll pass.
Stay alert. alert. I got you covered.
Oh, I cannot forgive you. No. That's okay, I will follow you. Tintin, I will catch you.
You lead.
Daedalus.
A friend of yours?
Nope. I came because I owe your brother Paul a few favors. Come on, let's go. I'm gonna take you to Hong Kong.
Can you put me in contact with Tracer Tong?
I know a place where we can touch down in the city, but Tong is very suspicious of foreigners. You'll have to earn the trust of your brother's allies. They'll know how to find Tong.
Great. Let's go.
Time to see if this stealth copter is worth all the fuss. MJ-12 is a facility in Hong Kong, and they'll be watching for us.
Good luck, JC. I can make it on my own from here.
I blew it, JC. I'm sorry. MJ-12 must want you bad. You locked on the chopper and had the nav computer fly a straight in. My stores are shut. My weapons are locked. Weapon lock switch is on flight control deck 1. Get me back online or we're dead meat.
Did anybody else? Oh my God! Oh, fire here!
Careful down there. That fueling equipment was installed by the lowest bidder. One time I had to fly a couple of gas technicians to the emergency room.
Intruder alert! Let's finish him off. Back in.
the hell? That's the one.
that? Do you want to do business in Wenchai? Don't interfere in my business.
Welcome to the Wenchai Tea House. Anything you like? 12 credits.
Something to eat, please.
Excellent. Can I help you?
Something to eat.
Yes?
Never.
Wars. Red Arrow versus Luminous Path.
What do you think of the Luminous Path Triad?
Our soon to be gone. They have to steal weapons because they have lost the traditional arms.
What kind of weapon?
They murdered the Red Arrow leader to get a sword he invented.
How do you invent a sword?
It uses modern technology. I paid the Red Arrow, even though the Luminous Path come. Many publications.
What do you think of the...
They will control all of Wenchai and a few.
You sound certain.
The fighting is not going well for the Luminous.
Paul Denton. I heard that he was a frequent visitor to this compound. You know him?
The Romulus part is close to Guilos.
Paul is no friend of the West.
My name is Gordon Quick. I know your brother, but you are not him. They say you are loyal to Renatco.
I was, before Paul showed up in New York. A day later, I was helping the NSF.
You want me to take your word? You are in Hong Kong now, and we are businessmen. Paul earned our trust by working with us.
I don't have time for games.
No games. We would like another ally like Paul. The Triads are at war, thanks to a woman named Maggie Chow. A sword was stolen from the Red Arrow Triad, and Miss Chow started the war by blaming us, the Romulus Path.
Why is one sword so important?
It is an extraordinary sword called the Dragon's Tooth. Nanotechnology developed by the Red Arrows from Merida before he was murdered. We know that Chow is a liar, but we have no proof.
I'll go speak to her, but first I need to find a man called Tracer Tong. I need his help.
Mr. Tong deals with businessmen, not beggars or strangers who might be spies. Chow lives at 1313 Tonochi Road. Be observant.
I'll help you against Miss Chow, but then I'll need to see Tong, or I will be your ally for more than about 12 hours.
The former Red Arrow Reader stored nanotech components from VersaLife. I believe it was the corporation that had him murdered. The Dragon's Tooth is the most perfect blade possible in a non-eutactic solid. It would have given the Red Arrow an enormous advantage. All contests between the Triads are decided with the ancient art of fighting. The structure of the blade was maintained by a coating of nanoscale wetting devices. Very sharp. We have begun work on our own sword, but progress is slow. I find it suspicious that Maggie Chow came to power precisely when your former Red Arrow Reader was murdered. The sword has killed more men as an argument than it ever did as a weapon. Keep your word. Go to Maggie Chow. Find out the truth. Keep your word. Go to Maggie Chow.
The mall area is perfectly safe. If you want a good time, I recommend the Rocky Money. We patrol this area 24 hours. The mall area is perfectly safe. The mall area is perfectly safe.
Leather boots. For you, 25 credits admission.
Here you go.
Perfect. I order you to stand in the spotlight and growl at the...
Good evening.
Hello there. Great place here.
Isn't it? You have the wrong idea about the tribes, you know.
In what way?
They run the economy. The black market prices in clubs like this let people have a good time. Don't you agree? This club is the best of everything.
Have a good time. I'll check back with you if I have any more questions.
Don't you agree?
Have a good...
I'm not your type. Look, I was here first. Chen told me himself. If there's a job, I get it.
What kind of job?
Just back off. I got fired at a liquor stop next door without even a warning, and I needed cash.
Tough luck.
Yeah, well, I gotta get them back. And I'm logged into their computer. It's management. Password, code 324.
What's a quick stop cashier doing working for the Red?
And working it. Hey man, you blocked the view. I like goth chicks.
Hello.
You're getting on my nerves.
A dance partner for you? 100 credits.
Nothing.
I'll be waiting. Come back when you... Hello. Do you like to dance? Hello. Hello.
Hey man, you blocked the view.
Don't you agree?
I feel silly. I'm trying to dance. I want to dance with my friend. I don't think so. We want to be by ourselves. I don't think so. Leave us alone. Want to get something to eat after this? Maybe some tea. But I want to go home. Take a bath. Where do you live? Not too far.
Hi. Don't you like to dance? Get in the middle. Come on. You would look good with bangs. Aren't you hot in that coat? Yeah, baby. Party! Woohoo! This is bitchin' music. This is bitchin' music.
I like your tattoo. Really? The claws of a dragon. Touching your breast. I just thought it would be sexy.
I've never seen so many troopers. They must be close to a breakthrough.
But which division?
Maybe all of them. Something fundamental. I saw guards in biotech, too.
I think it's just the UC.
They've had that for weeks.
But word has gotten out. Every engineer on the planet.
VersaLife already has the best security in the industry.
Even my game programmer friend in Texas offered me 1 million credits for 1 hour on the UC. Wanted to make the game of life with buckyballs. Joking, of course. We do not wish to be disturbed.
Mind if I ask what you were talking about?
You with the company?
It just sounded interesting. Troops. At a corporation?
Not your affair. Please do not intrude.
We're having a private discussion.
We do not wish to be disturbed.
Sure, I don't mind needles. Experiment. I like experiments. Gift the science.
Have another drink?
Don't mind if I do.
As you were saying?
Well, women back home, they aren't like your daughter. I do very much wish to meet her.
You are very handsome. You must have many girlfriends in your country.
Oh, come on. Nah. Hi-ho, sir.
My friend and I were about to leave.
You see, not a bad cabernet if I do say so.
I like your jacket.
Totally addicted to the nightlife. That's always been my weakness.
Your sunglasses must be very expensive.
High horse, sir. Beer is 15. Wine is 1.
Can I ask you something?
What do you want to know?
Despite all I've read about the triads, I wasn't prepared to see them operating in the open, on the streets, and wearing uniforms. Doesn't the Chinese government care?
The Chinese leave Hong Kong alone. They barricade the roads to control trade from mainland, but they know how business is done.
I would think the secret smuggling operations of the triads would disturb the Chinese government.
Maybe the luminous path. China knows of the red arrow of business owners, entrepreneurs, community leaders.
You said outside influences. What does China fear?
China is the last sovereign country in the world. Authoritarian but willing, unlike the UN governed countries, to give its people the freedom to do what they want.
As long as they don't break the law.
Listen to me. This is real freedom. Freedom to own property, make your profit, make your life. The West, so afraid of strong government, now has no government.
Our governments have limited power by design.
Dietrich, you believe it? Don't you know where these slogans come from?
I give up.
Well-paid researchers. How do you say it? Think tanks? Funded by big businesses. What is that? A think tank?
Hardly as sinister as a dictator, like China's premier.
Privately funded propaganda. The Trilateral Commission in the United States, for instance.
The separation of powers acknowledges the petty ambitions of individuals.
A system organized around the weakest qualities of individuals will produce the same qualities in its leaders.
Perhaps certain qualities are an inseparable part of human nature.
The mark of the educated man is the suppression of these qualities in favor of better ones. The same is true of civilization.
I'll get a drink.
Beer is 15. Wine is 120.
I'll get it.
Shake it!
Yeah!
Move it! I spill my drink! Hey, Yevgeny! Yevgeny! Where is Yevgeny?
That's funny!
Out of my face! Downstairs! The upstairs is for us!
Who wants to dance with me?
More! More! Tell him up. 3 more dances. We will pay. Enough! Go! Tell him up. 3 more dances. We will pay. Again! Do it again!
I don't like being in the dark.
What do you mean?
Everything's so compartmentalized.
Pain, I know. But all it takes is one leap to the net, and there goes our work into the public domain.
It's more like the way you'd organize a prison camp than a laboratory.
Let's not get melodramatic.
I've spent months making this rotor for sorting calcium ions, and I don't even know what it's for.
Kaczynski was right about the division of labor. I'll give him that much. Want another drink?
Who puts the pieces together?
Someone who makes a lot more money than we do.
Stay in the dance area. I do not like the way you look. I will have my eye on you. Follow the rules. Stay in the dance area.
I think management is involved in something criminal.
You should be saying that.
Excuse me, sir. This room is off limits to club patrons. I suggest you leave.
Guess I stumbled into the main office. One of you guys run the place?
Max Chen is in the other room. Do not bother him unless he is expecting you. Currently, we have no work for American-style gangsters. Remaining here only as long as your business requires.
I will forgive your rudeness.
Isaac is letting anybody back here leave.
Are you trying to get funny? Enough.
You are not a recognized user for this device.
We are having a meeting. I want nothing to do with Guilos. The one-time merchants are being stubborn. Please, our patience is limited. Enough! Go! Then I gave him the old rat treatment. Never fails.
You must be Max Chen.
So?
I talked to a member of the Luminous Path. They claim to know nothing about the missing sword.
Are you calling me a liar?
I was just wondering what makes you so certain.
My good friend and predecessor was murdered for the Dragon's Tooth. Don't split hairs with me.
Say your business and go. You're acting like a fool.
Who does this American think he is?
Time for you to go. Time for you to go.
Ignorant Guilo? Who does this American think he is?
Time for you to go.
The canal road is too dangerous now.
50.
75.
Both 75.
WO Globe, original 1 kilo bricks, pure, 90 for both.
Hey, you!
Who's that?
You made a big mistake, homeboy.
Not advisable for tourists to visit the canals at night. Come by in the morning, sampan rides, 5 credits. What business do you have here at this hour? I said not safe, go home. We made notes of anyone who visits the canal. Come by in the morning, sampan rides, 5 credits.
I was walking here.
Denton, I have the blueprints. I must warn you, Oh.
Warn me about what?
I have made a mistake.
Paul's my brother. What's the problem?
No, I have made a mistake. No, I am sorry. I must say nothing. They would kill me.
You can trust me. I really am Paul's brother. You said something about blueprints.
No, I do not know you. Maybe you work for VersaLife.
VersaLife. Good. We're getting closer. You might as well tell me the rest. If I'm gonna kill you, you're already dead.
You paid me, okay? I only did it for the money. I have the blueprints of the VersaLife building, 2,000 credits. And I have the other things he wanted, the scrambler grenade for $12.50 and the thermoptic camo for $4,000.
What did Paul want with VersaLife?
All he said was not to get caught and to tell nobody what I did.
Give me the VersaLife blueprints for 2000.
Excellent. Tell no one. Okay, I will sell to you.
If I had 12...
Paul would...
What?
I'm looking for someone called Tracer Tong. Heard the name?
I know you. I know who you are.
Yeah?
You work for the Luminous Path. You should be dead now. But you left Hong Kong just in...
You have me confused with someone else.
No, it was you. Miss Chow told us. You are the American who helped them steal the sword.
Really,
You cannot stop the Red Arrow. They will control China as they control Hong Kong very soon. You will not leave Hong Kong.
Many bargains at Old China Hand. Everything 8 credits.
Heard the name Tracer Tong?
Tong, yes. Friend of Luminous Path Triad. And by extension, enemy of the Red Arrow.
What's his reputation among the locals?
Sure, by fair. Very well connected. You want to buy? Biomechanical augmentation?
Just curious. Is there a lot of crime in Hong Kong?
Much more than before, yes. Now it's very easy for the smugglers.
What kind of smugglers?
Slaves, heroin, biotech.
Is there really a slave trade?
Oh, sure. Visit Lucky Money underneath Wen Chai, the Red Arrow headquarters. Of their girls, they are kidnapped in Thailand or the Philippines.
What sort of biotech smuggling goes on?
Mostly VersaLife, the golden triangle of biotech.
Why would a multinational corporation smuggle their products on sampans?
Import restrictions in many places. The United States, European countries.
On what?
Certain genetic advances, laboratory organisms, also tiny computers in your tissue. Everything, the second man.
The second men?
English author, Olaf Stepton. You have not read?
Afraid not.
Last and First Man, history of 19 species of human beings. I can't believe you do not know this book.
I'm not big into books. You know of a Maggie Chow?
Maggie Chow, a bad character. Before she was an actress. Now she's everywhere in Hong Kong politics. They say that she's a spy.
Who does she spy for?
No one knows. Somebody paid her a lot of money once, and one of the rares ended up floating in a canal. Dangerous to talk about.
I will tell Max 10 that you have returned. Bad mistake. The inner kingdom must be open to the world. Everyone suffers when the roads are closed and we are surrounded by walls. Everyone suffers when the roads are closed.
I take care of you. Spatial price. Romantic. A boat? Yes. I know where it's dark. Romantic. A boat?
Not much activity down here.
Activity? What kind of activity?
Anything. The canal's dead.
They've added a distraction for nighttime. Nevertheless, there's traffic, even when you don't see it.
You mean heroin?
Illegal products, of course, but you find everything in the canal. Things that have been lost. Things people want to forget. Last month, he was the leader of the Red Arrow. He was floating near my house.
You saw the body?
My name is in the paper. I saw the cut across his neck. They are right. It was colorized.
It was what?
Colorized. The scientific terminology. Someone cut him, but it was a weapon that cannot be explained with the current technology.
What else do you find?
Are you a tourist?
Just curious. I hear the triads control all of the smuggling in Hong Kong.
Yes, the triads do it. I am the simple merchant. I receive only fruits and vegetables.
By sampan? But you said...
Yes, fresh, from my grocery store in the market.
Right. I will have to stop by and take a look sometime.
My store is now open in the evening. Come in the morning. We have fresh new shipment of durian. Be careful who you talk to about the triads. I'm busy. Go now. Maybe people show up dead in the canals, not just triads. My store is now open in the evening.
Good evening, sir.
Slow night?
Not at all. Everyone requires sampan now that the triads destroyed Canal Road Tunnel.
Why'd they do that?
Fighting in the tunnel, sir. 5 nights ago, that is caved in and flooded.
That must have hurt the shops in Wan Chai.
People have died. Yesterday, 4 Europeans arrived, treasure hunters. They are here to dive in the ruins and loot the bodies.
Must be the year of the vulture.
It is an ugly business, but a profitable one. They have given me a commission if I can sell the weapon mods they have already recovered.
I don't even have 4.
Come back when you want.
You are an unfamiliar face on Tonochi Road.
I'm here on business from Gordon Quick.
You are here to speak to Miss Chow, perhaps. Half a block down on the left.
Thank you.
The woman is a snake. Believe nothing she says. I myself have been watching Miss Chow. She just met with Max Chen, leader of the Red Arrow. You may go about your business. We had an agent in the building across the street, but he left for business in the United States. Don't let yourself be fooled. Maggie Chow is a clever woman.
I bet you come from the market. That's where I want to go. My mother said there's too much fighting. I have to stay here. I don't hear any fighting.
Maggie Chow wants to see me. I assume that's her hotel across the street?
That is correct.
How do I get up to see her?
The main elevator. Maggie Chow would be angry if you arrive any other way. This is a dead end. I advise you to turn back toward the market. I saw you speaking to that thug over there. Unwise. You are a tourist? Visit the Lucky Money while you're in Wang Chai.
Welcome to Queen's Tower. You may use the residential directory computer if you know how. The 7th floor is closed for renovations. All guests must use the main elevator. Again, I apologize for not providing additional assistance.
You have 20 credits, mister.
What for?
I will be honest. It is crash. A big crash.
A forgotten virtue like honesty is worth at least 20 credits.
You are so kind.
It was nothing.
You're looking for Maggie Chow.
Why? You know something?
She lives upstairs, but don't come in this way. Her guards are the only ones who use the gate. They don't like people snooping around.
Thanks for the tip.
I thought I was gonna die. It's horrible. The crash. You can't imagine. It's horrible. The crash. You can't imagine.
You missed them. They left over an hour ago.
I'm looking for a way into this building.
Use front of building. Only try out use sidewalk living back.
Good advice.
Alley not safe. Stay in street.
Guess they're painting up there. Saw it on their boots when they came out.
Best advice, avoid red arrow. Very many triad members. This part of one chai.
I used to paint myself. Think they're hiring? I used to paint myself.
Best advice, avoid red arrow.
Chow.
You must be Mr. Denton. Miss Chow has been expecting you. She is waiting in the living room. Please follow me. I will accompany you. The floor coverings were made by hand in Tibet. Take a look around. We have many prized Buddhas you will observe. Take a look around.
Perhaps I can help you in your difficulties.
Ms. Chow, we are reassigning you temporarily. Put the long-term agenda on hold until VersaLife has met its deadline. It will be months and probably years before the Red Arrow can influence Beijing, whereas, well, I'm sure you heard about my appointment. We are in position to make a grab for Washington. We can't let this one slip through our fingers. Make sure the process stays on schedule.
Welcome to Queen's Tower.
I bet you come from the market. That's where
I do not recognize you.
I myself have been watching Ms. Chow. She just met with Max Chen, leader of the Red. You may go about your business.
Maggie Chow is a con artist.
You have proof.
Yes, I found the sword in her apartment.
Good. Inform the Red Arrow Dragon Head. Then we will see who is the real traitor.
Where do I find this dragon head?
Max Chen is his name. The Red Arrow headquarters is at the Lucky Money Club in the mall area beneath the market. Come back and tell you. Let me know how Chen responds.
Nothing to see here. Move along.
We do not need your interference.
anybody back here.
Say your business.
I have found something in Miss Chow's apartment that might interest you.
Is that so?
The sword was never destroyed. It was stolen, and she is the one who stole it.
Preposterous.
I have it right here.
But Miss Chow?
She works for a group called Majestic 12. She's using you and the Red Arrow for her own ends.
No, you must be mistaken.
Think about it. She murders your predecessor, hides the sword, pushes the Red Arrow into the war with the Luminous Path, and then, what next? The Triads are weakened and an outside group seizes power. Sound far-fetched?
Oh, there must be an explanation.
Perhaps you should meet with the leaders of Luminous Path.
Perhaps. For now, take them this message. I will stop hostilities until I have completed an investigation.
Boss,
what is it?
Marty at the doors over having trouble. Soldiers coming in. She said that was some kind of mech.
MJ-12 troops. They must have followed me.
Excuse the casualties. We will have the mess cleaned up shortly. Come back in a few hours.
This is our best night in a long time. This is our best night in a long time. This is our best night in a long time.
What has happened? Aha! Hey! Hey!
Sword. He's declared a truce between the Red Arrow and the Luminous Path.
A truce? Are you certain?
Majestic 12 attacked the club. I think he would consider forming an alliance.
Mr. Benton, you are the man I hoped you were. Tracer Tong is inside, in his laboratory below the compound. The door is in our sparring room. He will know what to do next. To enter our compound, use the code. I look forward to shaking the hand of my enemy. We must use the secret passage in the sparring room to get to...
whether you can come in here. Your business is with Treasure Pond.
You must be JC. Tong will see you now. Please, complete your business and then go. Tong is in the operating theater. Do not tell anyone how to get to this facility.
Mr. Tong, you know my brother Paul Denton.
Yes, a reliable man. So your kill switch has been activated.
I feel fine, but it's been over 16 hours.
See how easily our technologies turn on us? The more power you think you have, the more quickly it slips from your hands.
Can you do something about it?
That will depend. You, like your brother, are an extraordinary piece of technology. I never pass up the chance to try a new blade, but I fear at the crucial moment I may lift up my arm to strike and you will twist free of my grasp.
In other words, I'll owe you a favor.
Indeed, as will your friend Mr. Jacobson, a man of much useful knowledge. He arrived in Hong Kong shortly after you did. I was forced to keep him in custody until I could verify his identity and his loyalties.
I assume he checked out.
I believe he is sincere. Now, go down the stairs to the operating platform, and I will examine your systems.
Your friend Alex Jacobson is here. I think he is examining Tong's equipment.
Just step inside the chamber. Just step inside the chamber.
So, your friend stole a black helicopter. Very courageous. So, your friend stole a black helicopter. Very courageous. Do not tell anyone how to get to this facility. is in the operating theater. Your friend Alex Jacobson is here. I think he is...
Big risk following me here. Thanks.
When you believe in something, you've just got to do it.
How'd you find Tom so quickly?
Turns out I knew him all along. tt_undernet.0924.243.886. I posted a message to the board and he contacted me himself.
Any news from Jaime?
No sign of him yet. I hope he made it.
Yeah, me too. Did you ever dig up anything about this Daedalus character? I'm still hearing from him.
Actually, I did, sort of. Crypto says Daedalus was supposedly a government AI project, also known as Echelon 4.
Supposedly?
I'm getting this from anonymous crypto boards. Daedalus was supposed to be the old content recognition problem in surveillance. It was a program that could search all the terabytes of intercepted messages for subversive content.
So, what happened?
Never panned out as far as I know. The problem was just too hard. They blew through a lot of taxpayer money that finally had to scrap the whole project.
So the thing that's talking in my head is, what, resurrected AI?
I wish I knew. Tong has connections. You should scope out the labs for upgrades. Jaime should be in the city by now.
I'll be here to back you up, just like at UNACA. I'll be here to back you up, just like at UNACA.
Please, complete your business and then go.
That's it?
A simple switch, as they call it.
Have you heard from Paul?
On his way, according to smuggler in New York. He will be fine. Meanwhile, we still face the likelihood of a triad war here in Hong Kong.
Quick and Chen declared a truce just a few minutes ago.
A good bit of diplomacy, I admit, but it won't hold. Not with the sword left to be fought over.
I think they'll be slow to anger with Maggie Chow out of the picture.
No. In their system, the sword is a doomsday weapon, a temptation. We must recover the ramen coating from VersaLife and make it available to both triads.
So that's all you expect in the way of a favor? Low corporate espionage?
The first of many favors. Remember, I saved your life. Now pay attention. The VersaLife elevator north of the market will require an employee number. Try 06288. Once inside, find Mr. Hundley, the shift supervisor. He can be persuaded to give you access to the labs.
Hundley.
You will find him receptive. He is the corrupt official who sold the Red Arrow the technology to begin with.
I'll find the ramen coating, but I'm not your henchman. I'll help you as long as we have a mutual interest.
If you choose to fight Majestic 12, you will need an ally. We will have a mutual interest for some time. In fact, I took the liberty of setting up a computer account for you. Login JC Denton. Password Sanctuary. Feel free to use the machine in my office. We have much to offer one another if we cooperate.
While you are here, observe the laws of the triad.
I look forward to shaking the hand of my enemy.
talk to one of the receptionists. You do not require a security pass to visit the first 3 levels of offices. Late night. My feet are killing me. Help you find who you were looking for.
Welcome to VersaLife. You make tomorrow look like yesterday. How can I help you?
I'm looking for Mr. Hundley.
He's upstairs making his rounds. Look for a man in a black suit.
Thank you.
We're all out of company brochures. You missed the psionics people. They went to the lucky money. Don't worry about it, Tayo. We're very laid back around here. You must have a security pass to visit the laboratories. Maybe Mr. Hundley can show you around. You missed the psionics people. They went to the lucky... We're all out of company brochures.
Go on up. You don't have to show ID. I have to keep watch.
Please address inquiries to my supervisor. I have work to do.
Please stay out of the work area. Data entry personnel are not permitted to speak to visitors. You must have a security pass to visit the laboratory.
Hey! Hey!
You worked at Psionics? You look like you could have the gift. This criminal receptor patent proposal is kicking my ass. Stanley won't let me leave until it's done.
Late night. My feet are killing me. If you need help, talk to one of the receptionists.
So
So much for the schedule, right, mate?
The schedule? Yeah, sure.
It's swell to miss a day of work, but they bloody hell better push back the delivery. I know I won't be done.
They'll understand.
At least the super freighters on our way to America. No more special agents nosing about up here.
Special agents?
You know, the ones in the suits with grey skin. Eyes tattooed on the backs of their necks. I'd sure like to know what was in those tanks to make them so uptight. Didn't get a jot of work done today. Why bother data entry? They had me on a forklift. Am I just a common labourer? Wasn't I hired for my expertise? In a former life, I was a mule dragging a stone plough up a hill in northern Thailand. I bloody hell refuse to work at gunpoint again. I'm a professional, goddammit. That's business in Asia. A whole super freighter full of medicine. Think we'll see any of the money? Yeah. Guess you got to pay your dues. Didn't get a jot of work done today. Didn't get a jot of work done today.
You do not require a security pass to visit the first 3 levels of offices.
Mr. Hundley, shift supervisor. Who might you be?
I'm contracting this month. Quite a facility you have here.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, we're pretty proud of the work we're doing.
Any chance I could get a tour of the labs?
Oh, no, I'm afraid not. Trade secrets and all that.
I'll make it worth your while.
To the tune of what? 2,000?
2,000 sounds reasonable, but I don't have the cash on me.
Fine, fine. Just come back when you do.
What?
Just looking around.
People are trying to concentrate.
They keep you up here pretty late.
That's because they don't want people looking over my shoulder.
Why not?
Huh. I guess it doesn't matter what I say anymore. It's because I falsify all their records, okay?
They probably don't want you telling people that.
So, I don't care. I figured it out today, how they do it. People with my job got the Great Death. In a couple of weeks, I could be in a camp. I could already be sick.
Why would they do that?
Whatever's in those labs, stuff goes in there. Instruments, military personnel. None of it goes on the record. Iverson had this job, that's why he got sick. Chang, Kylie, Watts, now it's me.
I'd really like to check out those labs.
You some kind of spy or something?
Doesn't matter.
If I get you down there, can you do something for me?
What's that?
Hundley, kill him. I bet you could do it. You guys have ways to keep from getting caught. I can give you clearance.
I want to see those labs. I want to see them.
Mr. Hundley checks the logs every 5 minutes. I can't do anything.
You the one they just cleared for level 1?
Yeah, that's me.
You are welcome to stroll around the laboratories, but respect the work that we do here. Your security pass can be cancelled with no warning.
I've looked forward to this for a long time.
Security is watching through the cameras. If you cause trouble, an alarm will sound, and the guards won't wait to ask questions.
Yes, sir. I'll try not to get in anyone's way.
Do not ask the scientists questions. They are very busy. The Americans are here, so everyone has to be a little more formal today. Welcome to the Level 1 laboratories. Sorry, we do not give tours. The Americans are here, so everyone has to be a little more formal today.
They don't let me talk to lab personnel. I'm on duty. Carry on with your business.
We'll never be able to separate out the hybrids.
Keep your security pass with you at all times.
You shouldn't be back here.
Labs are down the hall. I think you're lost.
This is the armory.
Guess we both have to work late.
Why do you need a weapon?
Hey, what are you doing in here?
These are private quarters. What are you doing?
Psionics is on level 2.
We're gonna report this. Hey!
It is a simple request.
Lab procedure forbids.
The psionics laboratory.
The psionics laboratory has no business worrying about weak interactions between incidental subatomic particles.
Our work on Fitjov-Kepler. Don't criticize what you don't understand.
I am not allowed to speak to visitors.
I'm trying to talk here. How rude. Stop interrupting.
This is a private conference. One of yours?
Return to where you belong. I was not told to speak.
This line has been shut down by order of the desk.
The work must proceed smoothly. A strange hour to be visiting the laboratories. I will inquire about you upstairs.
Really? We have reserved.
The work must proceed smoothly.
They don't let me talk to lab personnel.
If you don't know where you're going, you shouldn't be down here. Make sure you have the proper clearance. Let the scientists work.
The labs are down the hall. I think you're lost. Hey, what are you doing in here? These are private quarters. Get out before one of us throws you out. I've been watching over your fat asses all day. I don't want to do it during my break. Hey, buddy, who do you think you are? We're gonna write this up. Think you own us? The labs are down the hall. Get out before one of us throws you out. These are private quarters. Hey, buddy, who do you think you are? Labs are down the hall.
I'm afraid we don't have time for visitors right now.
Just found it better than most, but he is very excitable.
A man down here. Guy in a...
The array of reaction modules has allowed the UC to perform multiple constructions in parallel.
Wonderful. We'll have to try that trick at Area 51.
The problem, you understand, is primarily a security concern.
Never mind that punk from UNATCO. The security here is adequate, and we have a long-term program guaranteed to make him irrelevant. We call it Icarus. A sweet bit of engineering. You'll like it, but we can't talk here. Your office?
No, fine. Tell me on the way.
Hungry? Someone's there. I can use company.
It's really
J.C. Denton, in the flesh. As dark and serious as his brother.
You know who I am. And Paul? You know my brother?
Intimately. Call me Maggie.
Paul never mentioned you.
That is why he is still alive. He can keep a secret even from his own brother. Paul told you about Majestic 12, correct? The conspiracy behind UNATCO?
Just the name.
Majestic 12 sent Paul to murder the former Red Arrow leader. And me too.
And he double-crossed them?
Rest to say, I persuaded him to join our side.
What does Majestic 12 want with the Red Arrow?
We are winning the Triad War against Majestic 12's ally, the Luminous Path. We were developing a new technology. You might have heard about a sword.
The Dragon's Tooth, right?
The Triads settle disputes in contests of skill, which includes the crafting of weapons.
So Majestic 12, we're trying to tip the balance, give the Luminous Path a technological advantage.
Exactly. I tried to warn the people of the danger. And the Luminous Path calls me a liar. The police have all the evidence they need to settle this, locked up in the station at the Wanchai Market, but they will not act. Go and see. I know the code to their vault.
It's only fair to tell you that I spoke with Gordon Quick before coming here. I thought he was a friend of my brother's. I agreed to visit you and learn the truth of the situation.
Yes, you were seen. The new Red Arrow leader is Max Chen, and you don't have to go to the Lucky Money for him to know your activities. Now tell me about Paul. Why did he not return?
Paul's on his way to Hong Kong. I don't know when he will arrive.
Then you must think for yourself. In Hong Kong, the truth is seldom kept in plain sight. From up here, the city is scenery, a mountain that never changes. But everywhere the sands are shifting. We cannot know who to trust. The police, even our own families.
I could look around, try to learn something about the Luminous Path.
All the necessary evidence is at the police station in Wanchai Market. The Luminous Path are easy prey. All Majestic 12 must do is wave some money under their noses. We must expose the conspiracy behind the Luminous Path. Then they will fall apart from the inside. When your brother arrives, please tell him I have an important matter to discuss. Go to the police station. You will find the information we need. Enough talk. We must act. the conspiracy behind the... The luminous path are easy prey. All Majestic 12 must do is wave some money under their noses. We must expose the conspiracy behind the luminous...
Seems to be some inventory data here. VersaLife has been synthesizing the Grey Death fires in great quantities. The entire stockpile has been loaded onto a super freighter going to New York. Interesting. The previous owner of the ship was Stanton Dowd. Ever hear of the Illuminati? Come back to the compound. I have much to tell you. Tracking down this Dowd connection. Illuminati fingerprints all over the sterics. I'm talking about the molecule shape. 17 segments, 23 coupling points. Only Illuminati technicians use sleeve bearings with 34-fold and 46-fold symmetry. Multiples of 17 and 23. 17, 23. The birth of Adam Weishaupt? Not a coincidence.
quick are celebrating at the Lucky Money. You are invited for drink. Hurry, we are afraid the police will follow you here.
Long fix you up? Yeah, you? You cut it pretty close. I'm in pretty bad shape. Looks like I'll be living in Hong Kong for a couple of months. Will you get better? Any permanent damage? I'll recover, but not right away. You'll be on your own for a while. I hear you've already been keeping busy. Just getting to know the locals. Turns out VersaLife had a universal constructor. They were synthesizing the virus right here. Tong told me. Not a cheap gizmo. Majestic 12 sure does a lot of R&D. Every ruler needs a power base. Without the people, well, you need something to use against them. I'm going to see what Tong has to say about the schematics I recovered. Hey, do me a favor. Get better. I'm working on it. I'm still pretty weak. You'll have to go on to New York without me. Gunther's in the field now. They say he wants your head. Heads are starting to roll at UNATCO. Kaplan, Barry, not sure who else. Gunther's in the field now. They say he wants your head. Looks like we all made it.
And just in time. I hear Simon's had me on his blacklist.
Maybe so. I'm glad that you're safe.
I slipped out right after your escape. Security was a shambles, so I brought you a little something from the...
You didn't have to take that kind of risk.
It was worth it, trust me. They gave me a funny-looking customs, but I managed to bring over an augmentation upgrade.
Isn't that a sensitive technology?
I just told them that I do business with VersaLife. VersaLife seems to be a magic word in Hong Kong.
Hold on while I drop some gear, then I'll take it off your hands.
Take the upgrade.
Well, thanks.
Gunther went berserk after you escaped. Smashed up the cell block pretty bad. I had to sedate him. I'm gonna stay in Hong Kong until this all blows over.
Tong is pleased about the files you found. Your pilot will be here as soon as you talk to Tong.
I've had my excitement for the year.
We cannot believe the news of the super freighter. Something must be done.
And to think, I interviewed at VersaLife. I could have had a job in one of those labs. Thanks for getting me out of UNATCO.
You must speak with Tong immediately.
What are you doing here? The Triad leaders are waiting in the temple. Go to the temple.
You have done much for the Triads.
Are celebrating at the Lucky Money.
Let us be quiet. Agent Denton from America has retrieved the software component. Please accept up.
It is my honor.
Begin.
As the faces of a perfect blade are reflections of one another, so we shall form one blade, not the male and female swords of Ganjian, one which must avenge the other.
And much as the steel sharpens its edge and anneals its own soft,
Only in doing the work of man, that which is born again with the
forever again. Accept our thanks, Mr. Denton. You will have to join us for drinks at the Lucky Money later tonight. In the meantime, Mr. Paul wants to see you.
Thanks for the offer. Maybe I'll stop by.
All right, get out. Enough games in the temple. Tracer Tong will want to congratulate you. Come, join us for drinks at the Lucky Money. We will celebrate.
Hurry, we are afraid the police will follow you here. Tom has many good things to say about his story.
Tong is pleased about the files you found.
Peace between the triads is now official.
Good. We begin to operate from a position of strength. We will start manufacturing the swords.
What next? VersaLife was crawling with troops. I think they were hiding more than sword technology down there.
Tell me about the labs. Paul and I concluded that VersaLife does the manufacturing, while the real research takes place in North America.
Plenty of scientists. Biotech, physics, nanotech, several research divisions. It would seem...
We know they manufacture ambrosia. If you went back and gained access to the Level 2 labs, perhaps you would find something on the Grey Death. Your brother's failure in New York has left me with nothing.
Do you think you could find a cure?
That cannot be determined until I have a schematic of the virus particle and the molecular structure of ambrosia.
I'll go back, but won't they be ready for me?
There's a back way at the north end of the Canal Road Tunnel, which is just east of the temple. I sent an agent in that way once. She turned up a key code to the Nanotech Research Wing, 55655, but no data.
Worth a try.
By the way, VersaLife lost one of their R&D men in the Canal Road Tunnel collapse. A guy we think was carrying nanotech assets. He did some of the basic research that went into your implants. You might take a look, if you don't mind going for a dive.
Maybe I'll check it out. Don't know if I care for your sense of humor.
Humor?
The Illuminati stuff. I was risking my life in there.
No joke, Mr. Ditton. They're quite real, though not as powerful as...
Like Stanton down?
Yes, plus Beth Duclair, Morgan Everett, most of them in Paris, I understand.
What do they have to do with Majestic 12?
A question for Dowd. I will contact him in New York.
What about a hacker named Daedalus?
A valuable informant. He sent me one of the codes I needed to find that...
A super freighter. That's enough virus to infect a continent.
Your pilot is landing in the courtyard. Find out and see if he knows where the ship is going or how we can stop it. In any case, it is time you left Hong Kong. There is word of a UNATCO agent searching...
Tell your people not to tangle with them. I'll deal with them myself. Do you have what you need to synthesize a cure?
The data you recovered should provide an answer.
I also destroyed the universal constructor they were using to manufacture the virus.
A universal constructor? I should have known.
But I did it on the advice of the hacker, Daedalus. Who is he, really? Alex says he may be an AI, part of...
An AI? The thought occurred to me, but more likely it is cover for a real human being.
But who?
A powerful man, we must assume. I don't like mysteries, but at least he appears to be on our side.
I don't like mysteries either.
Your friend Jock is waiting in the courtyard. Daedalus. That sounds very familiar. Your brother will recover soon. He got him.
Max Chan and Gordon Quick.
Hey man, you blocked the view.
Say your business and go. They say there is a German-speaking man looking for you. He smashed up a bar in one child. At last, we are one triad. My good friend, let me express my gratitude. Your name will be recorded for all time in the annals of the... This is my club. Let me give you one of our better... A rare man, the maker of... But if you want a truly excellent wine, your name will be recorded for... The peace you have created between our two triads is a truly precious gift. A rare man, a trifle. Don't mention it. Let us drink in your honor. Beer is 15. What?
I'll get it.
The lieutenant, a trifle. Please, enjoy yourself. You are my guest at the Rocky Money.
And you have the capacity for...
Here called a universal constructor. It is one of the only two devices in the world capable of producing the nanomechanical virus called the Grey Death. I require you to destroy it. Use the code 525.
Look for a computer terminal somewhere in Revel 2 lab. If you find it, I can upload the data I need through your info link.
You should never have sent me to the police station. What did you expect? That they would arrest me? Turns out you're on your way to being one of Hong Kong's most wanted yourself.
I have always been one of the most wanted. I will deal with the police in the way I deal with the slanderous press.
How's that?
Precisely the way I am going to deal with you. Take out, Jesse.